Hey guys, and welcome to another Gatsby project. In this project, we'll make a website for coffee shop regular Joe's, and in the site, we'll display the regular Joe's menu items as well as the products that are being offered for online sale. We're also going to build a form where users can contact coffee shop to get you up and running with future pages that you might add to your site. We'll make a basic about page as well. Let's go over the technologies we'll use in this project. First and foremost, our biggest friend will be Gatsby because of awesome development experience and blazingly fast loading times. As always, even though project is on Netlify's free tier, because of all the work Gatsby does behind the scenes, our page loads will be blazingly fast. To store and work with our data, we'll use Contentful, and for easy cart setup, we're gonna get to know Snipcart. FormSpree will be used for our hassle-free form submissions, and the only thing we'll need to provide is an email in the action attribute. For hassle-free hosting, we will gonna use Netlify, and since the main focus of the project is not CSS, Bootstrap 4 will be used for layout and styling. Once we know what technologies we're gonna use to build a project, let's quickly examine project in a little bit more detail. Now, right away, right off the bat, I can tell you that project is gonna be responsive. So I'm not gonna scroll back and forth for every section, but just to let you know that the project is gonna look on every screen size really, really good. Now we're gonna start with the navbar where we're gonna have the icon, and this is gonna be Bootstrap navbar, so it's gonna be quite quickly, and then we're gonna have links. Now, obviously, home link is gonna be for home page, and then we also have the about page. Now, we're also gonna have the icon for the cart, so all the items we're gonna be adding in the cart are gonna be displayed in the cart. Now, what's going to happen is we will going to use the Snipcart. So all this modal and all the numbers and everything and adding and deleting is going to be provided by the Snipcart. So this is going to be very, very easy setup where it's literally going to be like 3 lines of code. Now in here, as you can see, then we're going to have our hero section when we're going to have the background with some kind of text. Now for the background, we're going to use the Gatsby plugin for the backgrounds, which is also really neat. So it does the same thing that we have with the images. But in this case, we're going to do it with the backgrounds. And some of the sections, we're just going to basically copy and paste it to the about page. So we're going to have the same setup, let's say for the background. The only difference is we're going to check it out how we can modify a little bit and customize it for different pages. Then right after the hero section, there's going to be just some info section where would be some kind of heading. And then let's say paragraph about the shop or about the company. And we can obviously go to the about page because we're going to have the link. Then after that, this is where we're going to have the items. And like I said, the items are going to be stored in Contentful. So Contentful is going to provide us with a nice graphical interface where we can modify our products, delete products, add products. And by the way, in Netlify and in Contentful, we're going to set up the hooks. So everything that's going to be done in the Contentful is going to be right away displayed also on a Netlify. Now, by the way, we're going to do a little bit of filtering. Again, this is nothing to do with Gatsby. This is just going to be a little bit of JavaScript, but these would be the items that would be in our database. Now, after that, we're also going to have the products. So since we have the cart, remember all the way on the top, we also would like to place something in that cart, right? So what we were going to do is we're going to have some products, again, that are going to be stored in the Contentful. But in this case, we're going to have this add to cart button, which will going to come with the Snipcart. And the moment we're going to click on it, the item is going to be added to the cart. Now, again, I already went over, but all this is going to be set up by the Snipcart. So we're just going to have to include the Snipcart and we're going to be good to go. So if you don't want this item, you can just get rid of this item. And sure enough, right now our cart is empty. Now, last, after the products, we're going to have our contact form where we can just input some kind of information and the FormSpree is going to do all the hard work for us. So again, we don't need to set up any kind of server code. We can just write here some kind of gibberish. And the moment we're going to click on submit, notice we're going to be getting from the FormSpree that we just need to click that we're not a robot. And they were going to let us know that form has been successfully submitted. And we can just return to our main site. Now, all the way in the bottom, there's just going to be a simple footer. And this is going to conclude our index page or our home page. Hopefully you guys enjoy the project and let's start working on the project. Hey guys, although not mandatory to follow the project, at the end of the day, it's just 3 images. You can get project setup files on my GitHub. by searching the project name, or you can just follow the link that I'm going to leave in the description. Also, since this is a project and there are many things I would like to cover, I assume that you are already somewhat familiar with Gatsby, since I will not cover basic things like how to install Gatsby CLI tool and folder structure in Gatsby. And here comes my shameless plug. If you would like to learn Gatsby from the scratch, just head over to Udemy and search for my courses, and you will find my Gatsby tutorial and projects course where we cover Gatsby from scratch and build interesting projects like this one. Hey guys, just in case you're wondering, for development, I'm going to use Visual Studio Code text editor with following extensions and settings. Since all of them are self-explanatory, I'm not going to dwell on it too much. So I use brackets pair colorizer to colorize matching pair of brackets. And it might seem like a small thing, but I do find it useful whenever I'm dealing with many nested code blocks. In order to speed up my workflow, I use React Redux snippets extension, since it allows me to create class-based or function-based React components with just 3 letters, RCC for class-based and RFC for function-based, instead of typing the whole syntax. They obviously offer way more snippets, and you can explore them under the basic methods. HTML and JSX can sometimes get quite nested and hard to navigate. I like using highlight matching tag extension to highlight closing and opening tags. I did, however, add extra settings though. So if you look at their documentation, and I'm going to scroll down here, you see that they're going to have an option for styling examples. And then notice we have an option for the styles. Now they give you this basic setup one, but I pretty much added a little bit more width, as well as change the border style and change the color. So if I'm going to go to the settings, and I'm not going to look in these settings, I'm going to look for JSON. And then with the JSON, notice again, I just copy and pasted this and added a little bit more width, added the style of solid, as well as the color for the yellow. For indentation, I use Indent Rainbow. And for live server, I prefer live server. However, that is only when I'm not working with Gatsby or Create React app, since both of them have their own development servers. Whenever I use styled components, the Visual Studio Code styled components extension is neat because it shows syntax errors in styled components and also colors syntax in styled component, just like normal CSS, which I find it very beneficial. Last but not least, I use Prettier extension because it is great for formatting our code, but be aware that you might have to add some settings. So if I'm looking at their documentation, notice that it is asking for editor format on save. Now again, let me go to the settings, and within the settings, we can just store it. So we can just say format, and notice I added also format on paste. So in both cases, not only when I'm just saving the document, but pasting. And obviously, if you would like to include them, you just need to click on the boxes. Now, if we're looking at my general settings in my JSON, my zoom level at the moment is at 2. But obviously, this is going to change whether I'm going to be zooming in or zooming out. My font size is 26. And again, this has everything to do with the fact that I'm recording the screencasts. So I'd like to have my font size bigger, and that way you can see the code better, and then keeping the zoom level kind of out because I wouldn't want my sidebars to be seen. Now I have my tab size on 1, but normally probably people have it on 2 or 4 or something like that. Now I do have this files auto save off because I don't like it, especially whenever you're working with JavaScript, it kind of gets annoying. And this is obviously somewhere here. So under the file, we have this auto save. I also have my word wrap on, so that way my lines don't need the scrolling. So basically, the moment the line is going to get too big, it's going to wrap on the new line. And then, like I said, I have the format on paste and format on save. Then I also got rid of the minimap. I just don't use it in this case. And this would be the setting for the highlight matching tag, which I already previously mentioned. And then last but not least, we're looking at the emmet. So if you want to use the emmet with the JSX, you would need to also add some settings here. So included languages for JavaScript React, and then syntax profiles for JSX as well as HTML. Now, last but not least, I have the integrated terminal font size also set to 26. So in a nutshell, these would be my settings as well as my extensions. Assuming that you already have installed Gatsby globally, I'm going to head over to the terminal. And first of all, I'm going to probably zoom in a lot just so we can follow this better. And then I'm going to navigate to my desktop. So I'm going to say tcd desktop. And once in the desktop, I'm going to create a new Gatsby project. Now, obviously, you can create your Gatsby project wherever you would like, but I'm going to do this in the desktop. So here I'm going to say Gatsby, and then we have a command what would create a new Gatsby project, and I'm going to name my project Coffee. Obviously, again, you can name this project however you would like, but in my case, I'm going to name this Coffee. Now, once I have everything set up, now Gatsby is going to do all the hard work with creating the Bootstrap project, and I'm going to stop the video right now, and I'm going to resume it once all the installation has been finished. Okay, once we have our starter project ready to go, I'm going to open up my text editor, and now I would like to set up two browser windows. One smaller browser window that we're going to use while we're working, and then the other one is to compare with the finished project. So first, let me open up the text editor, and again, there's multiple ways how we can do that. We could have technically opened this up right away in a terminal, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up by dragging and dropping. Now here, again, I have an option in Visual Studio Code to open up in the integrated terminal, again, by Control and tilde. And here I would like to run the command of Gatsby develop, which will open up the development server. Now, our plan is to have two browser windows. So first I'm going to open up the smaller one, and I'm going to say localhost 8000. And hello, this is a Gatsby starter project. So we know that everything is working. Now let me place them side by side with my code error. So this is going to be our smaller browser window. And then let me open up another one, the bigger browser window. And again, we're going to do the same thing where we open up the project in the localhost 8000. So this is going to be our basic setup. And now we can start working on the project. Awesome. We have our finished project side by side with the project that we're currently working on. So what's next? Well, probably let's get our images. So the images that we're going to use throughout the project. So I'm just going to copy everything that I have in the setup files. I'm going to open up my directory, and within the directory, I'm going to look for the images folder. And we're just going to copy and paste everything in the images folder. Now, what's next? Okay, so let's decide. First, probably we would like to do a little bit of spring cleaning because there's some components that we don't need necessarily. So within the components folder, I'm going to delete the header folder. So we're not going to use this header, as well as we're going to delete the image. Now, the issue right now is that Gatsby is using these two components. So in order to fix these issues, we're first going to get rid of the import for the header in the layout.js file, and then we're going to delete the actual static query. Because later on, we're going to do a different setup. But for now, I'd just like to return all the children. Now, since we know that this is React and we need to return some type of element, we can return the fragment. Now, for the fragment, the shortcut would be set of curly braces, or I'm sorry, angle brackets, and then I can just have the closing one. So again, this would be the same thing as writing React fragment. Okay, within the React fragment, I'm going to return the children. And like I said, later on, we're going to have our navbar as well as the footer in a layout, because layout is the component that's going to be displayed on each and every page in Gatsby. So far, so good. We have fixed the layout. However, still, Gatsby is complaining because we're obviously still using these imports. So let me open up the pages. Let me delete the page number 2. So let's say that I would like to get rid of the page number 2, but in the index page, I would need to delete the import for my image, as well as need to delete the actual component of the image. And you know what? While we're still on it, let's delete the paragraph as well as the link here for the page number 2. So once I save it, this should work. So I have my hi people, my heading, as well as I have this little paragraph. Now what's next? You know what? I also would like to change the favicon, because for now we're using this Gatsby favicon. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, let's head over to images. Notice we have two images. One is Gatsby astronaut, and the second one is Gatsby icon. Now, what I'm going to do in my case, I'm going to select these two. So I'm going to say that I would like to get an astronaut as well as the icon and just delete them. Now, the moment I'm going to do that, Gatsby should complain. Now, the reason why it's not complaining is because it's using it in the Gatsby config. So it only will going to complain once we restart the server. So first of all, let me show you how this would work. So let me stop the server right now. Let's say clear. Again, we need to press Control clear. Now we stop the server. Then I clear the console, and then let's rerun Gatsby develop, and let's see the results. Now, the moment we do that, notice there's an error where it says the file is missing. So if I'm going to restart my browser window, I'm going to have the site cannot be reached because our development server is not running. Now, in order to fix that, we need to fix some changes in the Gatsby config. However, before we do that, we also can do the site metadata in the Gatsby config. So let's say if you like to rename your project, you can just call this one here coffee or regular Joe's, right? So we had regular Joe's, and this should be the proper naming. Now, again, if you would like to name this whatever Uncle Bobby, it's really up to you. Now, I'm not going to fix the description, which we can also do as well as the author. I'm going to leave this up to you. But if we're scrolling to the top of, or I'm sorry, to the bottom of the Gatsby config, we'll notice that there's going to be an icon. And for now, we're looking for the previous icon, for the Gatsby icon. So what we would need to do is we would need to change this to the logo SVG, since this is the favicon that I would like. Now, in this case, again, we're looking for the source, images, and the name of our image. So I'm just going to write that this is going to be logo SVG. And now, again, we would need to restart the server. So I'm going to write Gatsby develop. And now if everything is correct, this should work. And we should be able to access the page as well as our favicon. So once I restarted, notice everything is working fine. There's no complaints. As well as I get my favicon instead of Gatsby icon, we have our little coffee icon. Now, again, in this case, we would need to restart it here. And sure enough, the moment we do that, everything works correct. While we're still on the subject of the icons, I got the icon of the awesome resource of iconfinder.com. And you can search for the icon for any kind of icon right here in the search bar. But in my case, I'm going to say coffee cup. And then this is going to show me all the icons. Now you have here an options, whether you want the free one or whether you would like to pay for it. But just remember that you need to have the attribution. So let's say that you found the icon that you would like. And let's say we're going to go with this one. Then there's going to be a attribution where we have free for commercial use. However, you do need to include the link to author's website. So this is for the attribution text. This is the reason why I included this file, that if we're going to open up the file and if we're going to zoom in, you'll see that for my icon, this would be the address for the icon. And this is where we can find the author. And then in the middle, this would be the attribution. Now, what's happening is every time we're going to use the icon, we're just going to include this as a comment. So in our case, that's going to be in the navbar. But if you would like to include it somewhere else in your project, make sure that you use the proper attribution. In order to speed up our CSS, meaning write as little CSS as possible, we'll use Bootstrap. Now, in order to understand what we need from Bootstrap, we're going to have to visit Bootstrap page, and then we can just get all the information. Now, for this, we're just going to click on Get Started, and this is pretty much going to explain us what we need to download to get the Bootstrap up and running. Now, in our case, we have a few options. We can head over back to the project and use the npm installed. However, since I would like to show you what file we're going to be looking for, I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way, where we're going to use the Bootstrap download. Now, as you can see, we have the option, once we click on a download, compiled CSS and GS. And before maybe we download, let's look what file we're going to be looking for, because we don't care about JavaScript files. Obviously, we're going to use the React for that. However, what we are interested is in this Bootstrap CSS or Bootstrap in CSS. So either of them are going to work fine. So again, let me head over and let's download this. Now, once this is going to be downloaded, we're going to go through the folder structure and we're going to find the file that we're looking for. So sure enough, in the downloads right now, I have my Bootstrap. I'm going to open up the Bootstrap, and within the CSS folder, I'm going to be looking for this Bootstrap min CSS. So I can just copy this file. Again, we're going to head over to our project within the source, within the components. We're just going to copy and paste it, right? Pretty much right next to the layout CSS. And once we have copied and pasted the Bootstrap min CSS, it should be available in our project. However, what we would need to do is go to layout.js and actually import it in our layout.js component. So on top of maybe layout CSS, since layout CSS is probably going to depend on this, let's say import, and now we're looking for our Bootstrap. And in this case, since this is a Bootstrap file, sorry, the CSS file, we need to have the full extension, meaning the extension as well. So let's say Bootstrap min CSS. And the moment I'm going to save it, notice my document is going to change because right now we have access to the Bootstrap. There's one more icon that we're going to use, this little card icon. And for this, I used React icons. And again, you can just go to Google and just Google for the package name. And once we're going to open up the documentation, the installation is very straightforward. So maybe let me start the installation first. And then while the installation is happening, we're going to go over what kind of documentation would be there. So in this case, let's stop the server. Again, I'm going to clear the console, copy and paste it. Now this is going to install our icons. And if we scroll down, we notice that for this, we would have to specifically import some kind of icon. Now let's say that we're going to be using Font Awesome. So we're specifically looking for this one icon, the beer icon, and that's going to be in the Font Awesome icons. Now, if you would like to have the full documentation, you can click on the full documentation. And again, this is going to show you what kind of icons you can download. So let's say in our case, we're going to be using Font Awesome. And if you'll be looking for the cart, you can obviously find the cart. Now, the setup is going to be very basic. Again, this would be the name of the icon. We would need to import it from the Font Awesome, and then we're going to have our icon available to us. Now, in order to test it out, let's maybe look for the gulp one. I always have liked this gulp icon, and we're going to head over back to our project. Now, first of all, let me clear the console again. Then again, we're going to run gatsby develop to start up the development server. And somewhere in the index page, we'll first would like to import this icon. So I would like to say import. Then here I would specifically like to say that I'm going to be looking for this gulp icon. And this is going to be from React icons. And as you can see, I already giving the suggestion. And then more specifically, this is going to be from Font Awesome. So the moment we're going to save this, then first of all, this should have no error. So let me refresh, and sure enough, it's working. And then maybe let's test it out right after the paragraph. Let's say that we would like to look at the gulp icon and see whether everything is working. And sure enough, I have my icon available to me. And again, if you're going to go back to documentation, you'll see that first we would need to install it. Then we need to specifically look for what kind of ISOM we would want. Let's say that if this would be Font Awesome, we need to include this /FA. And then we just need to look for whatever name of the icon we're looking for. So in our case, since this was the gulp, we were looking for the gulp icon. Hey guys, I know that you're eager to start working on a project, and so am I. Yet I would still like to take one last short pit stop and set up the continuous deployment by connecting Git repository and Netlify site. That way, whenever we push to our Git repo, Netlify will run our build command and deploy the result. For this, we'll need 3 items: Git version control system to track changes in our source code during development. And as a side note, we can test whether you have Git installed. And if you have Git installed, what version of the Git you're running by running in a terminal git -- version. So let's test it out. I'm going to head over to the terminal. And first of all, probably I would need to zoom in just so we can see better what command we're running. So you don't think that I'm running some kind of funky business. So let's say git -- and version. And since I have Git installed, I'm getting back my version number. So everything is working fine. We will also need GitHub account, which is a web-based hosting service for version control using Git, and a Netlify account, which is a awesome cloud computing company that offers hassle-free hosting and serverless backend services for static websites. All of them are completely free. And if you need to install Git or sign up for any of the other 2, please head over online, and just a simple Google search will help you locate them. So let's say that you don't have a Git. Again, we're going to head over to our favorite friend, Google. We can just Google the Git, and sure enough, you're going to come across their main page. And then within the main page, you have an option of downloading Git for your operating system. Since my one is Mac, I'm right away being offered a download for the Mac. Now, the same would work for the GitHub as well as the Netlify. You just need to find them online and then sign up with an email address. And this is as easy as it gets because they're not going to charge you anything. They're not going to take your credit card or anything like that. Just sign up and you can start using their awesome services. Awesome. Assuming everything is installed, what will be our plan of attack? First, we'll create new repository on GitHub and copy remote repository URL. Once successful, we will initialize local directory as git repository with command git init. And as a side note, we should always create .ignore file to make sure certain files like node modules and our secret API keys are always excluded from public access. Now, Gatsby team has already created git ignore for us, so we don't have to worry about that. Next, we're going to run git add dot command to add and stage all the files in our local repo. After staging, we're going to commit the files we have staged with command git commit -m and some type of message, like first commit, for example. And after that, we will copy our remote repository URL to specify where our local repository will be pushed. Finally, we'll push our changes with command git push -u origin master, and we are good to go. Once our changes are on a GitHub repo, we will select repo from Netlify, and Netlify will run a build command to deploy our site. Once completed, we have successfully created a continuous deployment where any future changes we push up to the GitHub will be displayed on our site. So let's test it out. First and foremost, I would like to head over to GitHub and create a new repository. So if you're new to the GitHub, this is going to be your starter screen. Now, there's many ways how we can create a new repository in GitHub, but I'm just going to click on this nice little icon. And here we would need to come up with some kind of name. So in my case, I'm going to say Gatsby Coffee, and let's call this project. And just like that, we can just create this as a new repo. Now, what we're looking for here is this remote URL. So this is what we're looking for. So let me first of all copy and paste it, and let's head over to our local project. Now, within the local project, like I said before, we first would need to create it as a Git repository. Remember, that was one of our steps. We would need to run git init to initialize our local project. So sure enough, we can do that. We can say git init. So now this is going to be a initialized empty Git repository. And then we would like to stage our files. Now, before we stage our files, again, let me remind you about the existence of git ignore. Now, let me just find it where it is, because it should be somewhere, and it's all the way here on the top. So once we're going to click on it, once we're going to open it, notice these are going to be the files that are going to be ignored once we push it up to the GitHub. And again, it is important once we're going to start working with some kind of API keys is to exclude them from pushing it up to the GitHub, because you don't want the rest of the world to look at your API keys, for example. Now, let's run the command git add, and then we have the dot. So this is going to stage all our files. Well, once that is successful, we know that we need to run the command to commit our files. And the command was git commit -m. And here we were going to have to come up with some kind of message. So let's say first commit, and I think this is going to be our first message. And here comes the remote URL. So let me copy and paste this. Let me press return. And now this should be our remote repository. If you would like to check whether the remote repository is correct, we can run git remote -v. And this should give us the proper URL, or maybe in your case, maybe it's not proper. I mean, if there's no gross errors, this should always point to the correct URL. So anyway, so we have our remote URL. So now we would just need to push it. So we need to run git push u origin, and we're looking for master. Now, as we're pushing up to the GitHub, we can head over there and just check it out by refreshing the GitHub repo. And yeah, it does look like this is our repo. So we have been successful. So now we need to head over to Netlify and make sure that Netlify gets the repo that we have and runs build command to deploy our site. Well, let's test it out. In order to start working with Netlify, we obviously need to sign up. So hopefully you already did that. And now I'm going to log into Netlify. Once we log into Netlify, we're going to be met by this welcome screen. Now, obviously, in your case, you're probably not going to have the projects, which I do in my case, but in general, you should have this screen. Now, while there is an option of drag and dropping, we will gonna use the Git option because we would want the continuous deployment. Now, here we just need to press new site from Git. Then we're gonna pick GitHub since this is the provider that we're using. And here would be my project. Now, as you can see at the very top, I have my Gatsby coffee project. So this is the project that I'm going to be selecting. And this is the screen where they tell me basically that they're going to run build command. And in our case, Gatsby has this build command. So obviously this is the reason why they're running it. And again, we don't need to change anything. We just need to click on this big, fat, greenish, bluish button to deploy our site. And simple enough, Netlify is going to start building the site. Now, if you like to check the build process, you can click over here and you're going to see live how your site is being built. Now, if there's going to be any kind of errors, they're going to throw you a big fat error on this screen. Now, in our case, I don't think that's going to happen because we pretty much just have our basic setup. So I think we should be good to go. Now, we also have an option if we go to the site to change the site settings. So we can have site deploy in progress. That would be one thing. But then obviously we have the option for site settings. Now within the site settings, we have a button here for changing the site name. So we can click it over here. And I'm just going to rename this to Gatsby, what I could call it, coffee project. And I would need to add, I think, recording because I think on my other Netlify account, I already have Gatsby coffee project. So let me save this. I think this should work. And again, we can head over to deploys and see whether the deployment has been finished or the building has been finished. Now, the Netlify is still hard at work. So as you can see, it's still building. And again, we can just check it out by looking at it and clicking it over here. And sure enough, if I scroll here all the way in the bottom, already my site is live. So we're good to go. Now, in this case, again, we can click on a preview right here. Or we can head over again back to my project. We can look for this guy. And sure enough, this is going to be our project. So if I'm going to click on it, this is going to be my site. And as you can see right now, it's live. Now it does have this URL that I specifically wanted. However, it also adds this netlify.com. And yeah, simple enough. We have created our continuous deployment because now every time we're going to be making changes in our local project, and our local repository. Once we're going to push them up to the GitHub, right away, Netlify has the hooks set up. So it will going to rebuild the site each and every time we're going to push any changes to the GitHub. Now it's going to be easier for me to show you than to talk about it because once we're going to be done with our first navbar, I'm going to repeat this. Now I'm not going to repeat this after each and every video, but I will going to show you this right after the navbar, just so you can see that this is happening. And then you're going to make your judgment whether this is worth your time or not. Finally, we can get our hands dirty and build our project navbar. Our navbar will contain coffee icon, 2 links, but of course you can always add more if you'd want to, and a cart icon. That for now will just going to be a simple icon, but later on we're going to hook it up to the Snipcart to display our shopping cart. Okay, now we know what we would like to build. Let's start typing away. Now, first and foremost, I would need to head over to my text editor and start a command for Gatsby development server, which would be as simple as Gatsby develop. While the Gatsby development server is kicking into the gear, I would also like to head over to the components and create a new folder. Now, the folder name is going to be, let's say, globals. So the reason for this globals is very simple because I would like to reuse them. And there's going to be a background section, footer, navbar, and a title. So basically everything that we can reuse throughout the page. So let's say the name is going to be globals and we can just save it. Now within the global components, we'll first need to create a file, which will be navbar. And we're going to call this navbar.js. Now I'm going to use my snippets. And as a side note, again, if you want your snippets, then this is going to be in my extensions. And the name here is this one. So this is going to be for my snippets. So if I would like to create, let's say, class-based component, instead of typing everything hard way, where I have to pretty much get all my imports and everything, I can just type RCC, and this is going to create a class-based component, or RFC for function-based component. Well, since I would like to store my links in the state, I'm going to create this as a class-based component. And let's start very simply by saying navbar content. So this is going to be my text. I'm going to save it. And you know what? I would like to close these extensions. We don't need it. Can go back again to our folder structure. And now let's head over to the pages where we have the index.js. And somewhere within the index.js, we would like to see the navbar. However, here we have a question. So if I'm going to import this in the index.js, do you think this is going to be shown in our page? I don't think it will. So maybe a better option would be, instead of index.js, we can head over to the layout.js and include our navbar right here. Because since we know that layout component is going to be displayed with each and every page, then we can just add here our navbar component as well. So right after the maybe CSS, we can just say import. You can name this however we would like, because it right away creates a default export. So in this case, again, let's call this navbar. And now we just need to look for this component. Now, where is the component? Well, it is in the same folder. However, it is in the globals folder. So within the same directory, but in the globals folder. And then we're just looking for navbar.js. So once I'm going to save it, now I have successfully imported. And right on the top of the children, I'm going to say that I'm going to be looking for my navbar. So I'm going to create this obviously as a component. And obviously I need to have the proper naming. So navbar. And now I should have my navbar. And sure enough, I have my navbar content. And later on, once we're going to create different pages, the navbar is also going to be displayed here. So once I know that my connections are correct, so I have exported and imported properly, now we can really get down to the business and start working on this component. Well, since there's going to be multiple things that we're going to include over here, and you know what, maybe let me just make this sidebar a little bit smaller, and let's get rid of the terminal, because I don't think we need it right now. And also we can maybe make the sidebar a little bit smaller as well, meaning this side browser window. And what imports we would like to make? Well, first, I would like to import the link from Gatsby, since we know that this is much more simpler than basic React application, because if you would want links, we can just import it from the actual Gatsby. Okay, so far so good. Then also I would like to import the logo. Now, where's the logo? Well, it is in an images, right? So we have background images, but we also have logo SVG. So I'm going to say that this is going to be logo, and now I need to look for it. So I'm going to say from, and I'm going to have 2 dots. Then I'm leaving the globals, obviously. And now I'm looking for the components, images, or pages. Now, if we need to decide, where do you think this is going to be? Well, I think it's going to be in images. And now the name again was logo SVG. So that was the name of it. Now, later on, we're going to work obviously with GraphQL. But for now, just remember that this would be the easiest way how we can get the image in Gatsby by just doing a simple import. Okay, so we have our image. That's all good. Last, we would also want a icon. So I'm going to name my icon FA. And obviously, when I'm saying I'm naming it, I know already the name is going to be FA cart arrow down. So the name obviously needs to match to whatever is in their documentation. So let's say arrow down. So that's going to be the name of my icon. And where from? Well, I'm going to be looking for React icons. And since this is going to be from Font Awesome, I just need to have / of FA. Okay. So all this is nice and good. And now we can start creating actually our component. Now within the component, like I said, the reason why I wanted this as a state component, meaning class-based component, because I wanted the state. Now within the state, let's start creating our key value pairs. And first, I'm just going to have a navbar open. So this is going to be my key value pair. Now I think it's going to be easier if I later on, as we're working with these values, show you what they actually do. Because again, we can talk about this for another 15 minutes, and I don't think it's going to make a lot of sense. So basically, this is going to be my toggling button, or this is going to be used with my toggling button. Now, also, I would need to set up some kind of classes for CSS. And again, this is going to be kind of specific for the Bootstrap. So I would like to cover that once we're going to start dealing with this. So I'm going to say collapse and navbar collapse. Now these classes do need to match because these will gonna be a bootstrap classes. So make sure that the proper naming is here. Now, last, probably the most important why I wanted the stake is because I wanted the link to basically create my links in here. And the reason for that is very simple. For now, obviously, we just have 2 pages and we're good to go. However, later on, you might want to add more links. And I think it's much more simpler if we have the setup where we have all the links here in array and you can add more links, delete links, but we're going to also make sure that all of them are displayed exactly the same way. So we're going to have a hassle-free addition or removing. So we don't need to hard code it. So let's write links. So this is going to be our array. And within the array, first, I would like to create my first item. And the item is going to have the ID. I'm just going to say that this is going to be 1, as well as I would like to have the path. Now, the reason for path is because we obviously will going to have them as links. And in Gatsby, the basic home path would be /, and then all the page names are just going to be here. So later on, when we're going to be creating about page, you'll see basically how it works. Okay, I have the ID and I have the path. I would also want some kind of text that's going to be written within the link. So in my case, I'm going to say that this is going to be my homepage. And obviously, this correlates to whatever you see right now in the finished project. I have the home link and I have the about link. Okay, so far so good. I think we are at a very good start because I haven't messed up, let's say 77 times already. Now, the second one is going to have the ID, and here we have an option. You know what? Maybe let's just copy and paste it. You'll probably see that this is going to be a little bit faster. So let me select this sucker. Let me copy and paste it. And instead of ID of 1, this is going to be ID of 2. The path we're going to change to about, as well as the text we're going to change it to about. Now, this is where I'm saying that once we have our setup in the actual JSX, in our return, you can add as many links as you would want. Now, obviously, eventually it's going to mess up probably with your layout. You're going to have 50,000 of them. But as long as you're reasonable about it, you should always be able to add links or remove links. And I think that this is much more easier than to hard code. Okay. Now, there's also going to be a navbar handler method. But for now, we're not going to write any kind of code here because, again, I think it makes way more sense if we write that code once we get to the part of it in the JSX, because otherwise I can, again, talk about this code, but there's only so much I can pretty much tell you. I think a lot of times it is much more easier to show you. So now we have our navbar handler, but I already made a mistake and I'm actually upset that you didn't stop me. I wouldn't want this method in my state. So let me remove this and let's go outside the state. And now we have our proper method. Now this is going to be a fat arrow function syntax. So this is the reason for these parentheses. Then we have the arrow function. And now this would be basically our code block. Now within the code block, again, let's just write very simple console log and we can just say hello. So in the beginning, we're just going to be testing whether all of this works fine. Okay, so far so good. Now, what is going to be in our JSX? Well, the good news is we have the navbar, meaning, we have the bootstrap. That was I was trying to say, and for some reason I had navbar. We don't have the navbar obviously yet, so my apologies, but we do have the bootstrap. And this is going to really speed up everything because we don't have to add any kind of custom CSS. The general idea for me was to use as little CSS as possible. Now, for now, you're probably going to see a bunch of CSS that is from the Gatsby team. But you know what? I did probably forgot to do this whenever we were doing the spring cleaning, but I'm doing this right now where I'm just deleting all their styles. So my apologies if you're upset that I didn't do it before, but I'm doing this right now. Now, for those of you who don't know, with a bootstrap, we work with classes. Now, in order to work with classes in JSX, we need to use the special naming where we are saying not class, but we're saying class name. And what we're going to write over here? Well, and for some reason I deleted. I don't know why I did that. So let's say for the class name. Now, if we would like to work with navbar in the bootstrap, we need to have the navbar class. Then we're looking for another class, which would be navbar, expand, and small. So what this is doing, it's saying at what screen size the navbar is going to expand. And what I'm saying is that the moment we're going to reach past the small screen, which is, I believe, 576 pixels, then the navbar is going to change from the toggle layout to basically a normal horizontal layout. Again, let's do background. Now, why we're doing the background, it's very simple because we have an option of accessing the background, the color property in the Bootstrap. In my case, I'm saying, you know what, create this background for this navbar BG light. And again, it's going to be easier to see what's actually happening once I'm done with everything. And when I say everything, it's pretty much just adding this last class. And my last class is going to be navbar light. Now, navbar light is just going to say what color of the text is going to be. And what I'm saying here is that navbar is going to be light, so the text is going to be dark. And again, in this case, I already have the background light, so that's the reason why I'm saying that navbar is going to be light. So the text is going to be dark, just so it stands out. So let's do the same thing where we have our navbar, and let's write hello from navbar. And let's see what we're going to have. Now, it probably is hard to see, but it is a layout background. Now, the background is kind of grayish, and it's probably much more easier to see that the text is dark. So we have been successful. Okay, first let's start by creating our icon. Now the icon is in fact going to be a link. So when we click on the icon, we're going to head over back to our homepage. So we know we already have the link component, so we can say link. Now for the link component, we have the attribute of 2. So the attributes here specifically going to say where we're going to be navigating to. So in our case, we're going to be navigating to the homepage. Now also we can right away add a class name from the Bootstrap of navbar brand. So this pretty much is always used for your logo. Now, what is going to be within the link? Well, we have our logo, right? So we imported it successfully from images. Well, when I say actually we imported it successfully, I don't know that yet. I know I have the import, but maybe I messed it up. We'll see. So here, let's say image. And since this is a basic setup where we're not using the GraphQL, we can just use the source attribute. And now within the source attribute, since we are in JSX, again, we can use the curly braces to access some kind of variable. Now, what is my variable? My variable is no other than logo. Let's also add the alternative text just in case I did mess up. And let's say that this is going to be logo. Now let me self-close the image and let's see what we're going to have. And yeah, I do have my logo. So I was successful. So it wasn't as bad as I thought. And we're almost done with the link right now. However, remember the attribution that I was telling you about? So what I would like to do right now is just to get this guy. So either I'm just going to be selecting the text and then I'm going to add the comments, or I'll decide pretty much in a second. So let's go back to the navbar. Let's say that I would like to create a comment. And by the way, I'm just doing this a simple way with command and /. And now let me copy and paste this attribution. Again, you might find it a little bit annoying since this will going to clog up your HTML, or in our case, JSX. But you do need to have this attribution, and let's just stay consistent and honest with people who are creating these things. And let's add these attributions. Okay. Now I would like to have the button that's going to be my toggler button. So let's say here button. Now the class name is going to be from the actual Bootstrap again, just because I would want the styling. I'm going to say navbar toggler. So this is going to be the name of my class. And also let's write maybe right away type. The type is going to be button. And last but not least, we would like to have the method, the navbar handler, every time we're going to click on it. So let's test it out. We know that we have the on click, and for the on click, we are gonna assign it to this because we are accessing the method in a class. And let's say that this would be navbar handler. Again, I would like to first of all close the button, and then within the button, let's write what we're gonna have, what kind of text we're gonna have. So let's say here, I'm going to write a span instead. So just instead of the text, I'm going to have my span that's going to come from the Bootstrap. Again, this is pretty much a Bootstrap setup. So let's write span. And within the span, we would just like to add a class. And the class name over here is going to be navbar, toggler, and we're going to call this icon. And again, I'm doing this just so we don't need to spend a lot of time in the CSS styling this. So now we have our icon. Now, obviously, nothing is happening apart from console log. I hope it is happening, the console log, by the way. I hope I didn't mess up something. So now I have a bunch of things in console. Now, obviously, those are from previous. So if I'm going to rerun this, there shouldn't be no errors. But the moment we're going to click it, I'm getting the hello. So again, I know that it is set up correctly. So only thing I need to do is add my functionality later on. Okay. So this would be with the button and the link, or with the coffee icon. Now, next, I would like to work with my links that are going to be displayed below this navbar. So what I would like to do is just leave this button where I have, as you can see right now, I have the link, I have the button, but I would like to leave the button. And here we're going to create a new div. And let me scroll up a little bit just so you can see it better. And for this div, we need to add these class names. So first of all, it's going to say class name. And then we're going to be looking for the classes that we had in our state. Remember, I said to you, we're going to be using the CSS. And you'll see in a second why we're using this kind of setup. Let me write this dot, then we're looking for the state, and then we just have the CSS property. Now, I know that some of you might be looking at this and thinking, well, this is a very dumb name. And I agree. I just couldn't come up with any better one. So I just use the CSS. If you're better in naming class names than I am, head and obviously do that. In my case, I'm just going to stick with this one, and hopefully this is going to work. So what I'm saying is, for this div, these two classes are going to be added. Now, what is going to be within this div? Well, this is where I would like to place my links. However, those links should be in the unordered list. So first, let's create a unordered list. Let's say that this will going to have two class names, navbar nav and mx auto. Now, this comes from the Bootstrap. It pretty much is for our styling. And then here, this places in the center. Now, where is this places in the center? Well, as we're looking at the finished project, as the links are displayed, they are exactly in the center. So that's the reason for adding this class. Now, let me get my emmet suggestions again. And within the unordered list, now I'd like to place my list items. Now, for the list items, this is again, we're going to start accessing the values in a state. And now I would like to map through these values. So loop through this array. And for each and every item in this array, I would like to display it as a list item. Now, again, we could have hard coded this, but I think that this is going to be a better setup. So let's say this dot state, because we're looking in a state, and we're looking for the links, since that's property name. And now I'd look to use the map method that we're going to call the callback function for every item in this array. Now, what I'm going to do with my map method, or what I'm going to do with my links, and this is very simple. So I'm going to say for each and every link that's going to be in this array, I would like to set up first a list item. So we know that the syntax would be list item. However, I'm making a mistake right now. Now, since I have the curly braces, I also need to use the return. And now, obviously, I'm going to be using the JSX. So what I'm saying is, for each and every link or item in my links array, I would like to set up some kind of HTML. Now, what is going to be my HTML? Well, this is going to be list item. However, since there's multiple items here, we're obviously working with lists, we need to use for each and every item this key value. So this key attribute. Otherwise, you're going to have errors in console. So here, let's say link and ID. Now, do we have this in our array? Well, I think we do. So for each and every item, we added the ID. Now, be careful whenever you're copying pasted. A lot of times I leave this as a 1. So I'm actually surprised that this time I didn't. So yeah, good for me. And now I also would like to add a class name. Now, class name comes from Bootstrap again. So let's write nav item, and that would be for list item. Okay, so far so good. Then let's open up the link, and within this list item, I would like to have my link component, which also is going to have two attributes like it had before. And now in this case, what we would like to use is link.path. Remember when we were setting up everything in a state, we had three things. We had ID, we had the path, and we had the name. So this is where we're using the path to selectively say where this link is going to be going to. And also let's add two class names. Let's say nav link, first of all. This is going to be for the link. And let's also add text, capitalize. Okay. So this is going to be our link. Now, what is going to be text within this link? Well, let's figure it out. So we have so far the link text available. So let's do this. Let's say that we're going to be looking for link dot text. Now let's test it out. For now, we're not going to see anything. And the reason we're not going to see anything because in a Bootstrap by default, again, since we set up the specific screen size, now our links are hidden and they should be displayed only when we're toggling. However, if I'm going to make my screen a little bit bigger and if I'm going to be able to have access to it, check this out. So now we have our links. So all this is correct. Now, obviously, once we click it on about, we're getting a 404 error because we haven't created a page, but everything should be working fine. Okay. So all this is nice and dandy. But last, maybe let's create another list item within this honored list where we're going to have our cart. Now, again, for now, we're not going to add the class name that we would need for the Snipcart, but we can also do all the setup anyway. So there's going to be a list item. Now there's going to be a class name of nav item. And again, you would need to add this every time you're going to be working with a Bootstrap. For list items, you need add nav item. And then for the actual links here, you would need to use the class of nav link. Okay. So we have the nav item. All this is good. But on the bigger screen, I would like to have a little bit of margin to the left here. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to say margin left and starting from the small screen. Again, this would be a Bootstrap syntax. The margin is going to be 5. So this is going to be pushing to the left with a 5. Now the Bootstrap is using REM values, and basically you have values from 1 to 5, I believe. And I believe was, and I know that 5 would be the biggest one, and the 1 would be the smallest one. And I'm sorry, but there's also a 0. I didn't mention that. There's also a 0 if you wouldn't want any margin whatsoever. But again, this would be a Bootstrap thing. And now let's grab our icon. So let's say FA, and now we're looking for our icon. So now we'd have it as our component, and let's add a class name. Now this class name is just going to be for styling because I would like to add the color, as well as later on, we're going to add here a class name for the Snipcart. Now for now, what's happening is it is complaining. It's saying, well, you have the mistake. Now, obviously, the reason for mistake is I didn't close out my icon. Now, again, we can test it out on a bigger screen. So let me make this a little bit bigger. And I have my little card icon. Okay. So all this is working well. I think we can move on and we can decide how we're going to start toggling this because we do have our JSX set up, but now we're not showing the navbar every time we're going to be clicking on a button. So what's happening here? Well, we have it in the CSS. So we have here these values of collapse, navbar collapse. So what happens again with a Bootstrap is the fact that if I add this class here, show, then the links are going to be shown right away. So let me again refresh this and now check this out. So now my links are shown depending on whatever screen size they're going to be here shown in the bottom. But once we're going to get to the past the small screen size, then they are going to be displayed here in one line. So how do we set up this toggle thing? Remember, I would like to toggle it. I wouldn't just want it to show every time when we get to the small screen. Well, this is where we're going to use right now our navbar false, and we're going to work with our method. So what I'm going to say is within this navbar handler, I'm going to check whether the navbar is false, so whether navbar is open, and if this is true, so the navbar is open, then I would like to add basically remove this show class from this collapse navbar collapse. But if the navbar is actually open, then I would like to make sure that I'm gonna basically set it the other way around. Again, this is just gonna be a little bit easier to show you once we start working the navbar handler. So what kind of logic we would need to write over here? Okay, so let's test it out. So first we're gonna say this dot state. So we're gonna be looking for this nav value, and then we would like to set up the ternary operator. So if this value is true, what does that mean? Well, if the value is true, that means the links are currently shown, right? Since this is going to be open. So what we would like to do is run this dot set state. We know that we have access to this method, and this is going to change the values in the state. Now, since we're not going to be depending on any older values, we can run it as an object. But remember, you also have an option of running it as a function, and that way it is better if you're depending on your old state. So let's like navbar open, and we're going to set this equal to the false. So if the navbar is in fact open, we would like to close it by setting this equal to navbar false, as well as we would like to use the CSS in our case. So we're going to say CSS is going to be equal to collapse navbar collapse. So these are my two classes. So this is happening if the navbar is already open. However, obviously the whole idea is that the navbar is also going to be closed. So in this case, we're going to use this dot set state. However, in this case, we're going to pass different values. I'm going to say navbar open, and not this guy. We don't need the actual component. I'm going to say navbar open is going to be true. So if the navbar is going to be closed, we would like to open the navbar and set navbar open to true, as well as change the CSS. So in this case, we're going to say CSS is going to be collapse navbar collapse, and let's say that this would be equal to show. Again, let's save this, and now let's test it out. So I have collapse navbar collapse. All this is correct, but what I would like to do is just go and refresh, and now my links are actually hidden. Now, the moment we're going to click on our icon, our links are going to be shown. And again, maybe let's go over why this is happening. So once we have it here in a state, the collapse navbar collapse, but if we would like to show these links, we need to add a class of show. So since we're accessing the state within this div, we're right now displaying these two classes, the navbar collapse and navbar collapse class. So collapse and navbar collapse class. However, every time we're clicking the button, we're checking. So if the value is going to be false in the navbar open, we will going to open the links. We're going to show the links by adding this class of show to our state. Now, if the navbar is already going to be open and the links are going to be already shown, what we're going to do is we're going to set it back to the false and hide the links. So that is as simple as that. Now let's head over to our project, how this is going to look like. And this is going to complain a little bit. We can just refresh it. And sure enough, everything is displayed right. Now what we need to do is maybe head over to the CSS and let's add at least some basic CSS. Like I mentioned in the project intro, I wouldn't want to go really crazy on CSS. However, I will gonna add some basic styles here. Now for the styling, I'm going to use the CSS variables because I think they're a little bit easier, especially as you're recording some kind of project, because then I don't have to repeat, let's say, the hex values for the colors. Now, for those of you who don't know, the syntax for the CSS variable would be the color name, or I'm sorry, not the color name, the variable name, which in my case is going to be main brown, and then you would need to set up the value. So let's say here I'm going to say hashtag to the 1 and EF, let's say 1 over here. Now, since I would like to reuse them all throughout my CSS, I'm going to set them up in roof. But remember that you can also set them up for, let's say, a specific section or something like that. So you don't have to always set them up for root. But in my case, since these are the color values and I will gonna reuse them all throughout my CSS, I think it's just gonna make a little bit more sense if I actually save them here. So let's look for the next color, which is gonna be main yellow. And for this guy, we're gonna have the hashtag again for the hex value in FF9. Then we have E09. So this is gonna be my yellow color. Then I'm also gonna have main gray. So for the main gray, we're gonna say hashtag ECE. So that would be the value, and then 8DC. So that's gonna be my hex value for main gray. And then also let's do main white right away and main black. So for the main white, it's gonna be very simply FFF, so our white color, and then for the black one, let's use main dark. And you know what? Let's do like something 222, something like this. I think that's going to be good enough. Okay, so we have our colors. Next, I would like to set up the color for the body, for the whole body, and then also some font family. And remember that since the layout JS is displayed on each and every page, we basically can use the layout CSS and our whole project is going to be styled. So in my case, again, I'm going to say body. Now for the body, let's use background. And now I can use my CSS variables. So I can just say var, and the syntax would be now looking for this variable. So I can just say, you know what? The background is always going to be white for my whole project. as well as the color should be dark. So again, let's use the variable for this. And let's say that the is going to be dark. Okay, we have the colors. However, I also want to have some kind of font family. And in my case, I'm going to use Verdana. And what's really cool about the Visual Studio Code, that pretty much it gives you the font stack right away. Now, one thing about Bootstrap, though, is you do need to use this important flag. Otherwise, it has the default font family, and it's going to basically override this. Now, let's set up our headings. So since I would like to add the same style to all my headings, I'm going to say heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, 4, 5, and 6. And what I would want for these headings is to have a different font family. So I'm going to say font family, and then we're going to be looking for this one. So Courier new, and this would be monospace. As well as we always, again, need to add the important since we're using the Bootstrap. And you know what? Let's add a little bit of different letter spacing. Let's say 0.25 REMs. And it's going to be, again, important because it does have already some kind of letter spacing by default. So once we save this, notice this is going to be my heading 1. And as you can see, it changed. And now let's maybe add one more class that's going to be reused all throughout our project. So let's say text yellow. So every time I would want to have my yellow text, I'm just going to add this class because I think that this is going to be faster than looking for this main yellow color each and every time in my CSS. Okay, so we have our title, or I'm sorry, text yellow class. And now let's style our cart icon, which remember was in the navbar. So if we're going to head over to the navbar, remember we had our link and it had this cart icon class. Now, what I would like to do for this class in the layout CSS, first of all, I would like to target this. So let's say cart icon, and we're going to be looking for cursor. So the cursor is going to be pointer. Then also let's change the color. Let's say that we're going to be looking for the main yellow color. And last but not least, let's increase the font size to 2 point, or you know what, just 2 REMs is going to be fine. So we can just check it out here. So this is going to be our icon right now with the links, as well as we can go to the bigger project. And this is not where I wanted to go. So let me head over back. And yeah, this is going to be our icon. And this will be our project on a bigger screen size. After working tirelessly on our navbar component, why don't we take a breather from coding and revisit our continuous deployment from Netlify? Essentially, let's check whether it works. We will stage and commit files that have been created and push it up to the GitHub to see whether Netlify starts another build process. Now, for those of you who are not using the Visual Studio Code, you will gonna have to stop your development server or maybe open up in new terminal window in your actual desktop or whatever, and do the same old deal that we did before, where first was git add and then add all the files. Then we were looking for git commit and some kind of commit message. However, you can skip off copying pasting the URL because the repository is already going to know your URL, remote URL. And then last but not least, you would have to use the git push dash u and origin master. However, for those of you who are the lucky ones who are using the Visual Studio Code, we have a little bit better option. So first of all, let me close the terminal. We're not going to need this. And I purposely made this window very, very small, so we have more real estate in the middle. And if you notice here, we have the icon. And as we're hovering over the icon, it tells us that this is for source control. Now, what is also interesting that it shows 3, meaning that there's something with 3. Well, if we think about it, we made changes in 3 files. We created navbar.js. We did some changes in layout CSS, as well as we were working with index.js. Now let's see. As I click on the icon, notice what I'm having over here. So I have the layout CSS, layout.js in my case, and navbar.js as well. So you can, if I make this a little bit better, or I'm sorry, a little bit bigger, notice that it tells me actually which directory is from. Now, if we're going to click on a file, this is going to tell me what was the previous file and what changes did we make. Now, does that coincide with everything that we have been doing? I think it does. So in our case, I think we're good to go because we know that we can access Git here locally without running in the terminal. Now, first of all, how do we commit these files here? We can commit them individually by pressing here the plus, or we can commit them all. Now, in my case, I would like to commit them all, and I'm going to say that there's going to be navbar added. That's going to be my message basically, as well as basic CSS. So that's going to be my message. Now, if I would like to commit all of them, all the files that we added or created or made some kind of changes, we can just click over here. Now, right now we're getting this pop-up window that says that, well, there are no stage changes to commit. Basically, it's saying, well, you didn't add any specific files. Would you like to add all of them? Now, if you would like to do, you can always click always. But in my case, I'm just going to say yes. So right now what happens, I have committed these files, all 3 files that I had before. Now, they haven't been pushed yet. So we haven't pushed them up to the GitHub. Now, in order to push them to our GitHub, we can open up over here again, this little tab, and then we have an option of push. Now, once I'm going to click on push, notice there's going to be a little clock. So this is going to be pushing up to the GitHub. And the moment we're going to be done, then everything is going to be obviously fine. Now it says, well, would you like to code periodically run git fetch? I think I'm fine with that. So I'm just going to say no. Now let's head over to the GitHub and let's see whether this works. So I'm going to head over there. Now this is going to be my Netlify, which is I'm going to check a little bit later. However, for now, what happens here, if I'm going to refresh this page, let's see what happens. So I have here a minute ago navbar added as well as basic CSS. So I know that I successfully pushed it up to the GitHub. Now, the more interesting part is, okay, so we have the code in our GitHub. However, what's happening with Netlify? Well, let's head over there and let's see what happens. So I have my Netlify, and if I'm going to refresh to see what's happening, notice I have right now my first build. Remember, it was no deploy message. Basically, it was our very first build. However, check this out. Now the Netlify right away, again, sees that there have been changes made to our GitHub. So we have pushed some kind of changes. And this is sure enough my message, my commit message. And again, it starts building right away our site. Now everything is working fine since we already have the published. And again, I can just head over there and check it out what my site is going to look like. And sure enough, I have my navbar and everything is working fine. So this is going to show you basically the benefits of this continuous deployment, where the moment we're going to push to the GitHub, all the changes are going to be added to our Netlify site. Our next component will be hero component, which will have background image with linear gradient as an overlay and a title in the center. For background, we could have used just good old regular CSS, but instead we'll test Gatsby image background plugin because it offers a lot of the same cool features as Gatsby image plugin, like blur up and traced placeholder SVG that shows image preview while it loads. Now, I think I already spilled the beans because I said that we're going to be using Gatsby background image. So first, maybe let's head over to Gatsby docs and let's see what we would need to use for Gatsby background image. Now, again, if we're going to head over to plugins and if we're just going to search for background, this is going to be the plugin that's going to pop up. Now, again, they talk about all the nice features that I just said. So if you would like, you can read it more. But in my case, I pretty much covered the most important things, which would be the blur up and the traced placeholder. And now let's look what we would need to do in order to install it. So as always, they right away provide us with the command. So let me copy and paste it. In this case, we will gonna have to stop the server. So let me open up my terminal. Let's say that I would like to run Control-C to stop the development server. Then I would also like to copy and paste the command. Now this is going to be installing the plugin. However, they tell you right away that depending on your starter package, you should check whether you have Gatsby Transformer Sharp as well as Gatsby plugin Sharp. Now they also said that you need to check for Gatsby source file system. That's going to be another plugin that we should have. Now, since we're using our starter package, in my case, I do have all of them. So I have Gatsby plugin Sharp, I have Gatsby transformer shop, as well as I have the actual file system. Now, if I would like to check that, I can head over to Gatsby config, and I'm going to see that I will going to have Gatsby source file system. So all is good. Now, what I would like to do right now is just clear the server, or I'm sorry, clear the terminal and start up the server. So Gatsby develop. So this is going to start up again, development server. And now the thing is, we don't need to copy and paste anything in our Gatsby config. So the only thing we needed just to install the actual plugin. That's all. That's all we had to do. Okay. So all this is well and good, but how we can start using it? Well, for this, we're going to have to create another component. So I'm going to say here in the globals again, because I would like to reuse it in different pages. I'm going to create a new component. And again, my naming system is not going to be very original, but I'm just going to say background section. So I'm going to call this just like that. So this is going to be my component name. Now, if we head over to the documentation back, we see that they have their setup. This is how they are basically using it. Now you can use this setup. Nothing is stopping you, but I'm going to do it a little bit differently, where we're not going to run the static query from the component. In fact, I'm going to run the page query from the index.js or from the about page later on, once we actually start using the same component over there. And I'm going to pass the image that they're looking for as a prop. Now, again, this static query is very basic. We have done this already many times, where they have some kind of name for the query. They're using the file query. They're looking for the image, which would be in background. And then they're using the fragment to basically get your fluid or fixed or anything you would like. So again, very straightforward. And then since they're using the static query, then everything is displayed in the render prop. Now, like I said, in our case, we're going to do a little bit differently, where we're going to set up our component a little different way. Now, in our case, what I would like to do first is just start dealing with the fact that I would like to have it as a component, right? So we have our component. Now, what do we do from here? So let's say that I would first like to get it as a function-based component. And let's just say hello from background. So something like this. Let's just type something out and let's see what happens. Now, the moment I'm going to save it, for some reason, I'm going to have here some kind of complaint. But the moment we're going to refresh it, everything is going to be fine. So I'm going to have my background section. Now, here's the key. We have two options. Either we can build the component, which is a one option for sure, or we can start working, first of all, on our query, then figure out how do we make the query and get the query in our index page. And then we only create the component, because otherwise we were going to create the component, but this component requires the image the way we were going to set it up. So maybe first things first, let's head over to our graphical, which, by the way, is at a localhost 8000 and then 3 underscores and GraphQL. So I would like to first set up my query just to test it out whether I can get actually images. And then the moment I will know that I'm getting the image, then we're going to start working on our component. So first things first, let's head over to 8000 and again 3 underscores GraphQL. And sure enough, I'm getting right now my graphical. Now I have already something here, so I can either refresh or I can just delete. And this is also going to work. I don't need these variables here. I can just live without them. Let me make this one smaller. And now I have the clear graphical. In order to set up our query, we know that we're going to have to run the curly braces, and then let's come up with some kind of name. So in my case, I'm just going to call this image. Now you can call this background image. You can, I don't know, call this Bobby. It doesn't really matter. So let's say that we're going to use the file query, since this is one of the options. And then we're going to be looking for the relative path. So I'm going to say that I'm looking for the relative path. Then this is going to be equal to something. And what this equal path is going to be. So I'm going to say equals, since obviously these are the arguments that I'm passing. And now I need to decide what kind of arguments. Now, again, by the way, just to let you know, if you ever would like to have some kind of suggestions, only thing you need to press is Shift and space, and this is going to give you suggestions. Now, in my case, like I said, we're going to be looking for relative path, and then for relative path, we have more options. And again, we're going to click on them, and let's see what's going to happen. So let's say here we're going to be looking for equals. So what the relative path equals to. And now we need to look for the image. Again, the syntax would be semicolon, or I'm sorry, colon. And now what image well, let's see. So I'm going to head over to my images folder and I can pick any of the images that I have. Now I'm obviously not going to pick logo. Instead, I'm either going to pick default or about. Now, since about is designed for the about page, that leaves me with that default background image. Okay, so I know that my path is going to be default. So that would be the proper name. And obviously, if you're using the different image, you would need to search for your image. So I'm going to say background, since that is the name. And I'm just going to add the JPEG extension. So far, so good. We're setting up our query. Now, what are we going to be getting back? Well, since we're going to be looking for the image, we're going to have option of the fragment of child image sharp. Okay, so that is all good. Now, I'm sorry, this was a field, not a fragment. Fragment we're going to be using later on. My apologies. This was a field for child image sharp. Okay, now within the child image sharp, again, we can look for more options, and we have an option of fluid. Now, since this is going to be background image, I definitely would want it to be fluid. And then this is where the fragment comes in. However, with the fragment, we know that this is not going to be displayed in graphical. So for now, let's just look for the source just to see whether our query is going to work. And then we know that later on, we would need to add our fragment in order to display everything correctly. Now let me run Prettify over here. And sure enough, this is successful. So now I know that my page query, or I'm sorry, our GraphQL query is correct, because page query, we're going to set it up in the index page. And what I can do right now is I can just copy and paste it, everything, including the opening and closing curly braces, and head over back to my file or project. Now, in my case, what I would like to do is in the index.js, set up my page query. Now, what we would need for the page query? Well, we would probably need GraphQL, right? Since this is what's going to help us to set up the page query. So right after the link, we're going to write that we also would be looking for the GraphQL. Now, this is going to be displayed where? Well, we're going to get it back as our data prop, right? So here I can just right away say that I'm going to be getting back something as my data prop. And let me close, first of all, the terminal. Let's save the index.js. Now, obviously, for now, we're not getting any kind of data back because we would need to set up our page query. Now, what is going to be in our page query? Well, first of all, we're going to have to export it with a variable query. And here we're going to have to write GraphQL, so our tag function. And then within the template literals, this is where we're going to pass our query. So now we should have access to the query. However, before we get to the file, for our background image component, we will going to have to get back the object. So the source is not going to be good enough. So in our case, what I would like to do is get my fragment, and the name is going to be Gatsby image sharp fluid underscore traced SVG. Now you can always search for them. If you go to the Gatsby image plugin, then they're going to give you tons of options for your fragments. Now I already know that this is going to be my name. So let's decide what we can do. So I think we have the data. So once we're going to save it, if nothing breaks, then probably everything is going to be correct. Well, we'll see. Once we're going to get our background section, maybe if the image is not going to be correct, then it's not going to show. Well, not maybe. If there is going to be mistakes, then obviously our component is not going to work. But then at least in this case, once we create a component, if everything is correct, it's not going to break. Again, we could have left this as the last thing, but I just decided to do it from the beginning. Okay, so this was our index.js, and I'm going to leave this tab open just in case we would need to come back here and maybe, I don't know, double check something. Okay, so we have our background section. Now, what is going to be in the background section? Well, we will going to have to do a little bit different setup, but still, we would need to follow their guidelines where they are importing this from the Gatsby background image. Okay, so let's test it out. So let's say import. Then again, we can name this however we would like. So I'm going to say background image, the name of my component, and I'm going to say from Gatsby background image. Okay, so far so good. Now next, since this is my function, So all this is working fine. Then I would want to decide what I'm doing. Now, the way I'm going to set it up, this component, is that we will going to pass here few props. So depending where are we displaying this component, we will going to be able to change those props. Now, my first prop is going to be image. Then I'm going to be looking for style class. Again, I'm going to cover all these props in a second. Then last, we're going to have title, or I'm sorry, not last, and then children. So just in case we would also want to render something else here within whatever our background. So far, so good. So we have our component. The component is going to be looking for 4 props. Okay. Now, what is going to happen in return? Well, first of all, let's get rid of this div. So we're not going to need this div. And then we're going to be looking for background image component. And this component is going to get the props from our component of background section. So we have background section component that we're going to get these props, and then we're going to pass it down to the background image. Now, what is the reasoning for that? You see, for this background image component, they are expecting few props. Now, one of them is going to be the class name, which is going to be used for styling. And the second one is fluid. Now, remember, the fluid prop was used for the images. Remember, we had the image component, and then we had either it was fluid or fixed. Now, that was with Gatsby image component. Now, in this case, again, they're doing the same thing. This is the reason why we had to query everything, because we couldn't just pass source down here. We actually need to pass down the fluid or fixed object. Now, these are the 2 things that we're going to use. So basically, class name and fluid. Okay, so we know that we're going to be getting them. So let's say, first of all, class name. And for some reason, this is going to give me a hard time. So let's write class name. Now, the class name prop is going to be equal to our style class. So we're going to pass down this style class into the class name prop. Now, again, this is going to be our prop from the background section, and we're going to pass it down to the background image. Now, next, we're also going to be looking for fluid. So I'm going to say fluid is going to be equal to the image that we're going to be getting from the background section component. So let's write over here that we're going to pass down the image. Now, what is going to be displayed here within this background image? Well, let's set it up over here, a heading 1. So what I would like to do is notice we have the background image component, and here I would want my title. Okay. So within the background image, we're going to say that there's going to be heading 1. Now, within the heading 1, I'm also going to add a few class names. Now, what are going to be my class names? Let's write title, since this is going to be our class that we're going to style. And then let's add a bunch of Bootstrap classes. Text white for white text. Text uppercase for uppercase text. Text center to place the text in the center, as well as display 4, which is just going to make our text big. Now, also, we have option of font weight, and let's do bold. So this is going to be my bold text. However, since I would like to customize this heading 1, I don't want to pass the same text each and every time. This is where I'm going to use the title prop that I'm passing down in the background section. So if we think about it, background section is basically like a wrapper around our background image. And what it allows us is whenever we're going to be reusing the background section, then we can customize this. So we can pass these down props as we would like. And then depending on that, our background is going to change as well as the title. Again, nothing really earth shattering. We have done this many times. Now, what else I would like to have in my background section? Well, let's imagine that there's going to be cases maybe where you want more than just the title. Now, I'm not going to do this in this project, but just in case you would like to add some kind of button or something, this is the reason why I'm passing down these children. So if you would like to add something else still within this background section, you can just pass it down as a children, and it's going to be displayed right after heading 1. Again, nothing really major. We have covered all this before. However, there's going to be 2 things that I would like to do right away, and that would be a default props. So as I'm working with this background section, there's going to be cases where I would like to right away have some kind of default setting. So I don't want to recreate it each and every time. So for this, I'm going to use the default props. So I'm going to say background. Now I'm looking for the section, not for the image. This is important. And then I'm saying default props. So this is obviously my option. And here within the default props, let's decide what default props you would like to use. Now, I'm not going to do this with an image because, again, we are going to be getting this from the page query, but we can do this with title and style class. Now, again, style class is going to make sense a little bit later as we actually get to CSS. So for now, just hold your horses a little bit, and all this is going to make sense in no time. So for the title, this should be self-explanatory. If I'm going to write default title, so what's going to happen if I'm not going to pass this down as my prop in my background section, then I'm just going to have a default title. Now for the class, again, it's going to be a little bit different because we're not going to be able to see, but I'm going to say style class. Now this is obviously my prop, and here we're going to have default background. Now, like I said, and like I keep repeating, we haven't created this class yet. So this is something we'll do in CSS. So just hold on a little bit, and then we're going to be able to use it. So far so good. We have our background section. Now, obviously, we would like to start using it, right? There was no real point of having this background section if we cannot display it. So let me say, first of all, the background section. Then I'm going to head over back to index.js. Somewhere here, let's say after the icon. And you know what? Just get rid of this icon. I don't think it's necessary right now. This was just for the testing. As well as I'm going to get rid of these heading ones and welcome to our Gatsby site, because now we can finally start working. So I don't think they're necessary. And let's start by getting our background section. So import background. We're going to name this section. And here, will be from the globals. So again, we're going to be heading over to the components. Within the components, we have the globals and not the navbar, but we have the background section. So let me save this first of all. And let's say that I'm going to be looking for my background section. So for the background section, let's start very simply. So this would be my background section. Now remember when we had docs open, what the background section was looking for. Well, the background section, or I'm sorry, the background image had the prop of fluid, and it was looking for the data from our GraphQL query. Do we have the query? Yes, we do. So we have it over here, and the query name, by the way, is img, as well as we can always create the fluid prop. So let me say first that this is going to be fluid. Now, the thing is, though, that I'm already passing down this into my background image. Remember, I had a fluid. So in my case, this is going to be, in fact, background section. And for the background section, the prop is different. So here I'm saying that this is going to be, in fact, image. Now in image, we know that the data is going to be accessible here with our data prop. Now, if you would like to see, we just need to head over to graphical and check this out. So we're going to have the data object, then image, then child image sharp, and then this is the object we need to pass in. Now, obviously, in our case, we have the source, but in our text editor, we have the proper setup. So this is what I need to pass into my image prop, and then the image prop is going to pass it down to a background image. So let's say here we're going to say data, then we're going to look for the image, then we're going to look for child image sharp, as well as the fluid. And again, it's important if we're using for the background image fluid, which we probably always should use fluid. I don't think we should use fixed, but I mean, it's really up to you. Then the object needs to match. We cannot pass here fixed, as well as we cannot look here for the fixed. So that's kind of important to remember. Then let's also do the title, since that was also one of our props. So if we wouldn't pass this title, remember that we have the default one. So if we wouldn't write anything here, we would just display default title. So let's head over back to index.js again. Let's say the title is going to be regular Joe's, and let's add the quotation mark, as well as let's add our class. So let's say style class, since this was our prop. And now let's look for what kind of class we would like to create. Now, if there's not going to be class, obviously we will going to add the default background. But since my case, I don't want to create a new one, I'm just going to pass it here as a default background class. Now, what's happening later on, once we're going to be working with a about page, this is where we're going to place a different class. So in the about page, we will utilize the fact that this is going to be custom for us. When we had the style class, but we already have the default prop. Okay, enough of me talking. Let's say that this is going to be background. Now, again, we still haven't created this in CSS, so we're just going to have to wait a tiny little second. So let me first of all save this. Now, what's happening here? What do we see? Well, first of all, we see the default background image. And now I would like to kind of go over everything because I understand it might be a little bit confusing, especially with my excellent Eastern European accent. Anyway, so we have the default image. So this is the image that I'm looking for. Now, in order to get the image, we use the GraphQL query. Now we name this query and we right away had to use our fragment because otherwise this is not going to work. So if we're not going to use the actual fragment, then we would basically need to set up manually. And in this case, this is just going to be faster where we're getting our fluid object and then we pass over here our fragment. So that's first. Then we wrapped our background image in the background section and we created for the background section few props. So we had an image prop where we were passing down the image that we're getting back from a query. And since we know that with a page query, we can access our data as the prop in the index page. And then once it was as the data in our index page, I just passed it down to my background section component, as well as I had a title and style class. Now, again, we're going to work in the style class literally in 30 seconds. So just wait a little bit. But this background section had these props, and we use these props to pass it down to our actual background image. Now, some of the props like title, we just passed it down just as a regular title, but some of them like the style class and fluid, we passed it down to the background image. Now, finally, let's head over to layout CSS and let's work with our class. But just remember, the way we set it up, everything with the default props means that even though we were not going to pass anything down here in a style class, meaning, like I said, in the about page, we're going to pass down a different class. However, even if we wouldn't pass down a class, the default one would be displayed. So now let's work on this default class. So right after the cart icon, let's say that there's going to be a class. I'm going to name this default background, and let's start adding our styles. Now, first of all, notice right now my background is only as big as my title. So I know that something is not working correct, or I just haven't added my correct styles. So here I would like to say min height is going to be 100 view heights. Now I'm using the view height units because this deals with my viewport. So this makes this background image always as big as my 100% viewport. So now I even need to scroll down a little bit and everything, but this is my preferred way, not using pixels, not using REMs, but with 100 view heights, this just makes it as 100% of my screen. So regardless of the screen size, this is always going to be 100%. Okay, so far so good. Now I also would like to place this text in the center. So here, let's say display flex. So first we're going to use the display, and then we have two properties. One is align items in the center. So that's going to be aligning items vertically, as well as we have justify content in the center. So that would be lining them up horizontally in the center. So once I add these two properties, sure enough, my title is going to be in center. I also would like to add a linear gradient. So how do we do that? Well, we have the background property. So I'm going to say background, and then I'm going to be looking for colors. So I'm going to say linear gradient, and now I would like to add two colors. Now the colors I would like to add is the main yellow. But so for now I have, as you can see here, the hex values. Now the problem with hex values, then if I'm gonna add these as my linear gradient, then I'm not gonna see my image. So instead I would like to use RGBA values. Now in order to do that, I'm just gonna change this not to HSL, but to RGB. So this is gonna be my RGB value. Now in order to use RGBA, we just need to add RGBA at the end of RGB, and this is gonna give us opacity. So same yellow color, however, with 0.5 opacity. So 0.5 transparent. Now you need to be careful. We need to add another comma, and then we can just copy and paste this. So let me grab this value. Let me copy and paste it. And now I should have my background linear gradient. And sure enough, I do. Now there's a few other changes I would like to make. and those would be with the actual background image. So I'm going to say background, not the regular background, but position. So what would be the position of the image? So first of all, let's place it in the center. So image should always be in the center. Then we would also need to have background size. So let's write background size. And what would be the background size? Well, let's use cover. Now, what cover is always going to do, it's always going to cover regardless of how big the background is, the image is going to cover it. And once we add background size property with the value of cover, let's just test it out how this looks in a bigger browser window. And sure enough, I think everything looks really well. So again, we have our background image as well as the title. Now, last, I would just like to go over a little bit in the background section where we did have both of these as default props. So if I'm going to head over back to index.js and get rid of them both, notice that the only thing that's going to happen is I'm going to get this default title. This class, the default background, is always going to be used regardless. Now, what we can do is, like I keep repeating, in the different page, we can set up the default class differently, meaning we can create another class and then pass it down here as a prop in the actual page where this is going to be rendered. But let me just show you again that if we're going to add some kind of title, then obviously this is going to overwrite the default prop. So the same way would work with the class. So let's say here for the title, again, we're going to use the regular Joe's. I believe that was my actual title. So now if I'm writing something here in my prop, so if I do have this prop, then the default one is obviously not going to be rendered. Then we're going to be rendering whatever we're passing here in the prop. And the same will going to work for my class. So if I have the style class, and if I'm going to pass some kind of different class, which we will do in about page, then this class is going to be rendered. However, if we're not passing anything, then the default one, the default background, is going to be used to render actually our component. Right after our background section component, we have our info section with title, paragraph, and a button that will allow user to navigate to about page. So if I'm going to click over here, we're going to head over to about page. Now let's start working on this component. So first, we're going to have to head over back to our text editor. And once we're going to be back in the text editor, then we're going to have to create our section. Now the section I would like to create in the components. However, I wouldn't want to do it in the globals folder, as well as I wouldn't just want to stick it anywhere here. Instead, I would like to create a new folder, and I'm just going to say that this is going to be home. So what this means is that I'm not going to be reusing this component by the sense of copying pasting, meaning we're still going to reuse it later on. We're just going to use it as a section here in the about. But in my case, in general, I would want to keep it just for the index page. Now, just to show you how everything works, we will going to use it in the about page, but that wasn't my main idea. So let's say everything that's going to be within my index page, I would like to place it within my folder of home. And then everything that we're going to be using globally, we're just going to put it in a globals folder. Now, again, this is not going to make sense a little bit since we will going to reuse this component also in about, but that wasn't the main design that the way I wanted it. So anyway, we're going to say new file, and the file name is going to be info.js. So that's going to be my section. And then let's say within the section, first we need to decide is it going to be function-based or class-based component. So let's say that we're going to be dealing with function-based component, and let's decide what else we're going to be importing. Well, I know that there's going to be a link, right? So I'm going to say import link from Gatsby. So link from Gatsby. So this is all good. And now let's start working on this section. Now, since I know that I have access, like I said before, to the Bootstrap, and maybe let me make the sidebar a little bit smaller, just so we have more real estate. I know that I can start just passing down whatever classes that I have available in the Bootstrap. Now, in this case, though, I would like to have it as a HTML element returned. So my return is going to be wrapped in the HTML element, and the element is going to be section. Since I would like to keep it consistent that this will going to be a section in my actual document. Now let's add right away the padding. So padding top bottom is going to be 5. Now again, this is going to be the Bootstrap thing. And then we also need to use the container. So there's going to be a div with a class of container. And then we're going to have our row. Now, later on, there's going to be title here at the very top. But for now, we're just going to say that there's going to be a row. And within the row, we will going to have to use the column. Now, the column or the div is going to be spanning 10 columns wide on extra small screen, then 8 columns wide, starting from the small screen. And it's always going to be in the center, as well as the text is also going to be in the center. So let's add these classes. So again, it's probably going to be easier once we set up everything, but I'm just letting you know what's happening right now. So we have our 10 columns wide div on extra small screen. Then we have 8 columns wide starting from the small screen, as well as this is always going to be in the center. Now we also would like to place the text in the center. So let's do text center. And now let's place our paragraph within our div. Now let's say paragraph. And again, we're going to add a few classes. Lead is going to be to stand out the text. So there's going to be a little bit bigger text and a little bit padding. Then we also would like to have it gray, so light gray color. Therefore, we're using text muted class, as well as margin in the bottom should be 5. So this is going to be my paragraph. Now I would need to decide how many letters or how many words I would like. So I'm going to say lorem. I don't know, 100. We'll test it out. Probably it's going to be way too much. In order to see how our text looks, we would need to see it obviously in our site browser. However, we're not going to be able to do that because we haven't been using actually this info.js. So we created this component. All this was fine, but we obviously need to use it somewhere in the pages, or at least in some other component. Now, in our case, we know that we're going to be using this in the info.js or index.js, I'm sorry. And then we would like to first of all import it. So I'm going to say import, and we can name this however we would like. So I'm going to say info from, and now again, I need to look for my components within the components instead of globals. I'm going to be looking for the home components, and I'm looking for the info. So right after the background, we can say that there's going to be info component. Now, for now, we're not going to do anything here. We're just going to pass it here, and let's see what happens. So this is going to be my text. Again, if you think that this is too much, and maybe I do, so let me again undo everything, and let's say instead maybe 50. Let's say like this, and I think this is just going to be a little bit more presentable. Now, right after the paragraph, we have what? Well, we have the button. However, the button is going to be wrapped in a link, so this is going to be a link button. So first we have the link component, then again we have a prop of about, and I believe maybe previously I said that this is basically going to be an attribute. So I keep talking as if this would be HTML. I apologize. This is in fact a prop since this is React. So again, please don't take me too seriously whenever I make some kind of mistake. So there's going to be a link. The link is going to be heading to about page, and what I would like to place within the link, where I would like to start working with my button. So I'm going to say there's going to be a button, and then let's use again a few classes that we have from the Bootstrap. So I'm just going to say button. This is just going to add my regular paddings, margins, and everything else. And then let's use text uppercase to make my text uppercase. And let's write that about page would be the text within the button. Now this right now is going to be our button, and I would like to add the color. However, the way I would like to add the color is going to be button yellow, which is the class that we have to create ourselves. So this does not come with Bootstrap. We need to work on it a little bit. Now, in order to do that, we're going to have to head over for a second to layout CSS. Right after the default background, we can say that there's going to be a class of btn yellow. So for the button yellow, then we would first like to work with the class. Now the class is going to be our yellow one. So I'm going to say var, and you know what? We need to have different syntax. So var, 2 dashes, not 3, main yellow is going to be our color. And let's test it out whether everything is going to work. Now, the moment I'm going to save it, sure enough, everything is working. So we have our color yellow. Now, also, we would like to have the border color. So I'm going to say border color. And again, let's use the same thing, main yellow, and let's save it. And just in case something doesn't work, remember that to always test it out with important flag, because there's going to be a lot of cases where your syntax is correct. There's nothing wrong with what you're writing, but you just need to remember that with Bootstrap, you need to add this important flag. Now, this is going to be for my button. What about as I'm hovering? notice that right now my text is changing to black again. Now I would like to avoid that. I'm going to say btn yellow. Okay, so the same button. Now let's first of all change the background. Let's say that we're going to be looking for the main yellow background. Let's test this one out, as well as let's add a different color where we just have the main dark. So main dark color, and let's see, or you know what, maybe we can look at main brown. That could also work out maybe really good. Let's save this and let's see what we're gonna have. Now, for now, as I'm hovering, I have some weird syntax and everything. So maybe let's try again with our important flags, because for now, this is not exactly what I wanted. So I would also need to add hover. Or you know what? I apologize. I don't need to add any kind of flags. I forgot that I need to work with hover. So as I add proper CSS syntax, this should actually be correct. So as I'm hovering right now, notice though, I'm not getting my color, the main brown. So this is the case where we would need to use the important flag, just like I talked about it before. So as I'm hovering right now, this should be proper color. Okay, let's test it out, whether this is going to be our color. And for some reason, this is not the color that I wanted for main brown. And let's see where I made a mistake. So I have 2D1 and 1EF. And I'm sorry, but this shouldn't be the syntax that I had here. It should be 1EF. So this should be something like this. So again, I keep blaming everybody left and right, but this was actually my mistake. So sure enough, right now I have my main brown color that I had before. And you know what? I probably can avoid the important flag anyway. Let's see. Yeah, and everything is working fine. Anyway, so this is going to be our button with our paragraph. Now, before we look at the bigger browser window, we can also head over to globals and create a new component. Now, that component is going to be title component. So again, let's head over to globals. Let's say new file. We're going to call this file title.js. And for the title.js, we would like to do some kind of setup, right? So there's going to be a component. We're going to say RFC, so function-based component. And then we were going to pass down a prop. So since I know that I'm going to have to destructure the prop, I'm going to right away say that I'm going to be looking for the title. Now, what I would like to do right now in the info to grab this title component. So let's head over back to the info, and this is going to be displayed. So I'm going to say import. We're looking for the title. So title component from, and now we need to look for that component. Now the component is going to be right here in globals where we have the title. And then that title is going to be displayed right after the container. So let's say here title. This is going to be our title. However, remember, we also going to have a prop. And let's say that we're going to be passing down this title prop. Now for our title, in this case, we're going to say that, let's decide what we're going to do. In the info section, I think we could just pass it down as our story. So let's say title, and the value is going to be our story. So this is what we're going to pass down. But for now, it's obviously going to complain because we still haven't set it up. So we haven't saved it. So let's say for now, there's just going to be a div. And within the div, we're going to have some heading 1, which will going to display our title. So let's say simple enough. This should be our title. So as we're looking at it, this would be the title that we're going to be using for this section. Now, the reason why I want it in a global is because I would want to reuse it in different sections. So not only for the info section. And in order to do that, I would also like to add a little bit more styling. Now, the case here, though, is we need to understand that we are getting this title prop down as a prop, and we are destructuring right here. That is the reason why we're having the curly braces, and I'm getting right away the title prop. Otherwise, I would need to write props.title. Now, it's not a big deal, but probably it's better to stay consistent and to do it something like this. And then once within the info, obviously, we're just passing down this title. So in my case, this is going to be our story, but later on in different sections, we're going to use a different value for this title prop. So simple enough. Now let's work on the Bootstrap that we can use here for this title component. Now maybe it's going to be a little bit easier if I was just going to add some class names here. So let's say, first of all, row. Now, what is the reasoning for this row? You see, for the info, we're using the container. And pretty much for each and every section, we're going to use container as well. Now, within the container, if we would want something separate, so we wouldn't want to place it together with something with, let's say, this row, we were just going to create a separate row. That's the reason why for the title, I'm creating a separate row. Now, within a separate row, I'm going to create my column. Column is going to be just displayed as a regular column. Text is going to be in the center, and margin bottom is going to be 3. So these are the values that I'm passing in. Now, it also would need to use or move this title up. And let's add a little bit more classes to this title. So first of all, let's say class name. Then we're going to have display for. So this is going to display it as a big text. And as you can see, once we save it, this is going to be our text. Then we're going to have text capitalize. Capitalize. And let's check this one out. So text is capitalized and font, weight. And I think we're going to have bold. And let's see whether that works. And sure enough, it does. So we're done for the title, which will be in our global components. So we're going to reuse it all throughout our document. And then also we have the info.js, which is a section that we're using in our index page. Now we can always head over to a bigger browser window and just see whether everything works correctly like we wanted. And sure enough, it does. So we're getting our story as well as the paragraph. And here, this is going to be our link to a different page, which for now is not going to work because we haven't created that page yet. Excellent. We are done with our info section. Now, why don't we take a little breather and work on the footer section, because then we're going to be able to set up the about page. So again, we're going to head over back to our text editor. I'm going to head over to globals because I would want to use the footer in the layout.js. So I'm going to say here globals, new file. I'm going to call this footer.js. And for the footer, let's just start by importing again the function-based component. Or again, we can use the shortcut where we just type RFC. And if you're using the same snippets, you should be doing the same thing. So here, let's write footer. So we're going to be looking for the footer because we can use this as the HTML component anyway. We don't always need to write the div. We can use normal HTML components. Let's add a few class names. So first of all, we're going to have the footer. So let's say footer, as well as the padding top bottom is going to be 3. Now for the footer is going to be very basic class. So if we're going to look at the layout CSS right after the button, we can just say footer. That's going to be my class. And here I would like to just add the background. So some kind of dark background. So then my text is going to stand out. So again, nothing really major, everything very straightforward. So let's say background, we're going to be looking for the main dark color, or we can use maybe test it out. Let's test it out, the main brown one, and then we're going to see how it's going to look like with a dark one. So again, very, very basic. Then what else we're going to have in the footer? There's obviously going to have to be some kind of text, right? So let's head over back to the footer. Let's make sure that we can place it here. So let's add the closing tag again for the footer. And let's again work with Bootstrap classes. So there's going to be div with a class name of container. And for some reason, this is contain. And I need container. Within the container, we're going to place a row. And again, this is going to be the Bootstrap thing. And here within the column, we're going to set it up the div to be spanning 10 columns wide on extra small screen. This should always be in the center. And then starting from the medium screen, we will going to be spanning the footer 6 columns wide. The text is going to be yellow. Remember the class that we created in our basic CSS. So we said class is going to be yellow. Text is always going to be in the center. And we're also going to capitalize the text. So text capitalize. Capitalized. So now it's good. Now we have our classes. And within the footer, let's just add a simple heading 3. Within the heading 3, we're going to write all rights reserved. So this is going to be our text. Then let's add our HTML special character, which is going to be copy, then semicolon. So now we're using the ampersand. And now let's add the date. Now, since we know that we can use JavaScript here in JSX, let's just get the new date. Then within the new date, let's get full year. So get full year, and let's just turn it into the string. So to string. Again, nothing really major, nothing really earth shattering. However, we would like to display it. Now, since we would like to display it in all of our pages, we're going to head over, like I said, to layout.js, not to the index.js, not to our main page, but we're going to say that right after navbar, you can just copy and paste it, and let's rename this footer. So first I would like to delete this. So let me select multiple cursors. Let's delete, and let's write that this is going to be footer. Hopefully the import is going to work. So right after the children, right after everything that's being displayed within our layout, which would be our pages, we're going to have our footer. So let's write footer. This should work. And now all the way in the bottom, I'm going to have my footer. So simple enough. We have the footer for all our pages. I think we have created enough components in our homepage so that we can actually copy and paste them and set up our about page. Since for now we have two links, so it might as well that we're going to set up our about page eventually. So I think this would be an excellent time to do that. Now I'm going to head over back to my text editor. And since I do find these tabs annoying, I'm going to close them for now. And we're going to head over to the pages directory. And within here, we're going to create a new file. I'm going to call this about.js, which is going to stand for my page. Since we know that whatever component we're going to be creating in the pages directory or folder is going to be displayed as a page in gatsby.js. Now I would like to select everything that I have for now in the index.js. So let me select this. I'm going to head over back to about.js, and I would like to copy and paste it. Now I will going to make a few changes over here, since obviously this is going to be a separate page. So let's go line by line of what we're going to be changing. So as we're examining the page, we first will notice that the name would be index page. Now that's obviously nothing we would want. So let's say about page. Now let's also check it out, the export default. This is not also the name we would like. So let's say about page. Okay, so that would be the first thing. And this is not what I wanted to do. Then we also have the background section. Remember, in the background section, we're passing in the data. So we're passing in the image that's going to be displayed. Now for the image, for now, we're looking for default background. However, I also have the about background. So why don't we test this out image? So let's head over here where we're looking for the image. And instead of default, I'm going to pass about. And let's save this first of all. And you know what? Let me open up the page. So I have the home and I have the about. So now nothing is showing. So let's refresh. And let's see that we're going to have, again, regular Joe's. And in this case, whether this is correct or not, we need to decide. So if I'm heading over to about, this is going to be about page. If I'm heading over to index page, this is going to be my index page. Well, since both of them are displaying the same title, maybe let's change the title first. And let's say about us, since that way we're going to know for sure which page we're actually on. So I save the title. This is still going to say regular Joe's, since this is an index page. However, if we're going to head over to about page, sure enough, this is going to be our image, as well as we're going to have different text. Now remember, this was our default class. I'm sorry, default prop, where if we wouldn't pass anything here, then there would be default title. However, if we do have the title prop, then the text that is passed here as a value is going to be displayed. As well as let's see it in the bigger browser window just to see a different image. And again, we would need to refresh it first. And now everything is working fine. We have the home page and we have the about page with a different image. Now, this is where I was saying that in general, I would want to just use the info component or info section in my home page. However, in our case, since we would like to test it out, this is why I'm importing here as well. But in general, since I created in the homepage directory for my components, my idea was just to keep it here. But just to show you that we can have obviously multiple things here, I did use it also in about.js page. Otherwise, you probably would want to place it in globals or something like that. So that would be one thing. Now, also remember we had a class name. We had a few props. One of them was title. Then we have the image. We already changed the image, so we're getting a different image. And now let's look at the class name. So for the class name, not console log, but we're gonna write that the prop was class style class. Let me double check this. Was it really style class? Let's head over back to background section. And no, this should be a class name. I'm sorry, yeah, class name is being passed here as the style class. So everything is correct. We have the style class. And in this case, we would want to set it up to a about background, not a default background. So that would be one of the changes that we're creating. And again, the nice feature about this that you can customize this. So we can create our own class. If we don't add the class, then we're gonna get a default class. But since we would like to add our own class, we first gonna pass it down as a style class prop. And then we're gonna head over back to layout CSS and we're gonna create it. Now, the moment you see, once I pass this class here as a prop, it goes back to just background covering the title. So it clearly tells you that, hey, listen, you need to work right now on whatever class name that you passed, because you're not passing the default one, which would be already set up here, and you would need to do some kind of styling. Now, the way we're going to do the styling was copy and paste everything here. We're going to say that there's not going to be default background. We're going to work with about background, and we're going to set this equal to 60 view heights. So my idea was very simple. For the index page, for our main page, our view height for our background would be 100% or 100 view heights. And then for the rest of the pages, you'd basically set this up as 60 view heights. So it'd just be a little bit smaller. And again, those are the only changes that we would need to make. And as you can see right now, how easy it is to start creating the pages once we have done our initial setup. Once we have our CSS, our background images, our footers, nav bars, and then from there, we can pretty much, there would be a smooth ride where every time we would need a new page, we would just use this information, change some kind of styling or some kind of information about it, and we're good to go. As a side note, we can write our CSS a little bit differently. We don't need to copy and paste everything. What we can do over here, we can just say comma. So now we're going to be selecting also about background. So now for about background, we're going to be getting the same properties as well as the values. So everything that we have for default, we're also going to get for about. However, since for about, the only thing we would need to change is this min height, we're just going to set it up as 60 view height. So the moment we're going to save it for regular Joes, we're still going to get everything like we had before for the home page. But if I'm going to go to the about page, then I'm still going to get my 60 view heights with my title right here. So again, we wouldn't have to copy and paste everything. We can just add a comma, then add the class that we would like to style, and then change whatever we would like to change between these two styles. So if we would like to use everything else that we have over here, we're just going to use it. But then for the height, we would want to change it to 60. So we're just going to add this property with this type of value. Next part of our project will be menu section, where we'll get data from Contentful and display it with some filtering options. If you're new to Contentful, it is a fast and flexible platform that makes content management extremely simple. They provide awesome graphical interface to manage our data and friendly API to consume our data, and the data is delivered over CDN. And it is available on any platform, meaning we can create our data and consume it in the Gatsby project, which would be our case, or the same way we could use simple vanilla JS application without changing the structure of our data. Contentful offers free option. So again, in order to use it, you would only just need to sign up for it and they will not charge you a dime. Once you successfully sign up for Contentful, you'll be met by this home screen. It also sets you up with example space, and you can think of space as a database for your data. In order to add new space, you would need to click on the bar on the top left corner, and the free option comes with 2 spaces and 5,000 records, which is more than enough in our scenario. In order to delete the space, we would have to head over to the settings and choose a general setting option. If we look at the top options, we see content model and content. Content model will be responsible for the structure and organization of our content, since this is where we'll decide what type of fields our data will contain. And content will be adding our data items. So let's explore. So first and foremost, if we'd like to add new space, or let's say new database, I'm going to head over here to the top left corner and notice we have the option for the example space, meaning we have the option for creating new space. Now, in your case, probably you have the example data. Now, I already deleted the data and I just added my new space. Now, if you would like to create new space, again, you just need to click on it, create new space. Notice it says here that I have one of two used. So I have one more that I can choose from. And total, I can have 5,000 records. So if I'm going to say here that this is going to be, let's say, some kind of example space, we can just proceed, confirm, and this is going to be our example space. Now, like I said, always, if you'd like to delete your space, which you probably should be always careful for, then you should need to check for the settings, then general settings. And now I can say that, yes, I would like to remove my example space. So I'm going to remove this. And again, this is really up to you. What you would like to do with your example space that you have right by default. But if you would like to delete it, you can go to the settings. Now, like I said, here on the top, we have two important tabs. One is going to be for the content model, and the second one is for the content. Now, it would be easier for me to show you how the content model would work. So if we're looking at our project, I see that I have items. So there would be menu items, as well as I have products. Now, what do I have for the menu item? Well, I have the image, I have the title, I have some kind of description, as well as I have the price. So for each and every item here in my menu items, this is going to be my structure. These are going to be my fields that I'm going to require. And if I'm going to head over back to the Contentful, notice I have my menu item, which is named coffee item. Now, as a side note, it is important to keep track of these names because we will access them with GraphQL. So you can name them however you would like. Just remember what you actually call them because you're going to have to use them with your GraphQL. And if I'm going to click on coffee item, notice what I'm going to have. So I'm going to have the title, obviously, then the image, then the price, description, but I also going to have category. Now we're going to use category for filtering. So let's say if I would just like to look at the coffee, I'm going to be getting coffee, then juice, and then tea. So you're not going to be able to see right now the category. This is going to be done behind the scenes as we're doing the filtering. But these would be the fields that my each and every coffee item is going to have. Okay, so what about the other one? What about the coffee product? Well, the coffee product, in fact, is just going to have three fields. Now, what are the fields? I have title, I have price, and I have image. Again, we can head over back to the project and let's see. So in this case, we're not doing any kind of filtering. So we're not going to have any category, but we do have the image. We do have here the name or the title, and then we also have the price. So I hope that you're starting to see how basically content model allows us to structure our data. So let's say if I would like to have the coffee item, these are going to be the fields that are going to be with this coffee item. If I would like to have the coffee product, these are the fields that I'm going to have with my coffee product. Now, I have the structure for my data, but how we're adding the data? Well, this is where we're heading over to content, and I can add whatever entry I would like for my content model. So let's say here on the top, I have the option. So for now, I have only two content models, coffee item and coffee product. So if I'm going to click on coffee item, notice these are the items that I have added already. And if I would like to add a new one, I'm just going to click on a new entry, and then we're going to add, let's say, for new coffee item. Now we're going to do this in a second, so we're not going to do this right now, but I would just like to show you the general idea. So let's say if I would like to add coffee product, then these are going to be my coffee products that are being displayed. And again, I can add a new entry. Again, this is as straightforward as it gets. Now, once we know the general idea, let's start working with Contentful. Now, this is not going to be an over exaggeration to tell you that if we would like to add some kind of new content to our site, we're always going to have to create a content model first, because we first would need to know what kind of fields we're going to be adding, and then we're going to add data. So as you can see, I have already my two content models. So what I'm going to do right now is we're going to set it up together a new content model. Now, in my case, that is going to be a dummy content model, since obviously I'm not going to use it. But in your case, you're going to set it up as your content model. Now, a rule of thumb though, if you're going to be using my code later on, all my GraphQL queries are going to use the name of coffee item as well as the specific names for the field. Let's say title, image, price, and description and category. So if you would like to reuse my source code later on, you're going to have the same exact names. Otherwise, your code is not going to work. Now you can name your fields however you'd like, as well as the content model, but I'm just letting you know to avoid the frustration later on. So let's say I'm going to add a new content type. Now, in my case, I'm going to call this coffee item. But since I already have the name taken, obviously I'm going to add here as an example. But again, in your case, I would suggest if you're using my code, actually to call this coffee item. Now we can add description here if you would like to, but I'm just going to avoid that. And this is going to be my new coffee item example. And again, this is the idea that we're going to be getting with GraphQL. So this is the name that we're going to be querying for. So this is kind of important to at least have a track or keep track of what you're naming it. Okay, so I have my content model, but I don't have any fields, right? So here we're going to start by adding the new field, and we're going to start very simply by adding the text. So for the text, first of all, we would need to come up with a name, and I'm going to use the same exact fields like I have in my coffee item. The only difference would be that this is going to be obviously my example content model. So let's say that I would like to create a new field, and here we have two options. We have a short text or the long text. Now I'm going to show you during the project what would be the difference. But one of the differences with long text is that whenever we're going to be querying with GraphQL with a long text, we're going to be getting back an object instead of the short text where we're just getting back our field. Again, this is going to be a little bit easier to show you once we start working with GraphQL. So let me first of all create this. So this is going to be my first field, which will be name title. Next, I would like to add the image. So for the image, we can use the media. So I'm going to say media. Again, we would need to come up with a name. In my case, I'm going to say image, and this is going to be my name. Now, what happens here, they offer you either this would be one file or many files. Again, this is up to you, but in my case, I'm just going to be choosing one file. And now we have two fields. Now we have the title and the image. Now what's next? Well, we also have a price. So let's say add field, and then we have an option for number. Now with the number, we have either integer or decimal. So since these would be the prices of the items, I'm just going to use decimals, but you can use integers. It doesn't really matter. Again, the name of the field is going to be price. So now this would be my third field. And then I have two more. One would be description. So again, we're going to add field and we're going to look for the text. Now within the text, this is going to be the long text just because we would like to work with the long text just so we can see how it works. So we have description. Again, this would be my name. Again, we're going to create it. And last but not least, we're going to be looking for the category. Now for the category, we're just going to use the same thing, whether this is going to be short or long text. So since I would want it to be short, I'm just going to say category. And now this is how I created my coffee item. Now here, this is where we would save it. So now I'm going to save it. And the moment this is going to be saved, if we're going to head over back to the content model, I'm going to have three of them. Not only I'm going to have the coffee item, but I'm also going to have the coffee item example. So if we're going to want to head over to the content, in my case, not only I have coffee item, I have coffee item example. So this is basically how we can create a new content model in the Contentful. Wonderful. We have our coffee item product model. And the next logical step would be to produce some content based on our current content model. I definitely think that creating all our items together would be a waste of my time and most importantly, your time. We will, however, create three items together, one for each category. So coffee, juice, and the tea. And that way, if you don't want to add any more items, you will have some items to implement the filter functionality. If you would like to add more items yourself, just pause the video and resume once you're happy with the amount of items you have. Sweet. Let's make some coffee items. So obviously for you, you'll probably have only one content model, but in my case, I have three. So I would have to be a little bit more careful where I'm adding the item. So I'm not going to add anything to the coffee item example. In fact, I'm most likely going to delete it right away after we're done adding these items. But I would like to add my content here in the coffee item content model. Now, the first one is just going to be simple coffee. But in order to do that, we're going to have to add an entry. So I'm going to say that I would like to add the entry, and we're going to be working with coffee item. So we click on it, and now we're going to start adding the items. Now, first, maybe let's start with the category, just so we don't forget. And my first one is going to be coffee. So this is going to be my category. Then we're going to be looking for the title. And here, let's say that the title is going to be Mocha, Java, and let's just call coffee. Now, after that, let's start working with an image. And we have a few options. Now, for the first one, let's just look somewhere online. So whenever we are opening the image, we have an option of looking for the image online or getting it from our machine. Now, there's other options too, but I think these would be the most basic ones. So let's say here we're just going to be looking for some coffee images online. Now, the only thing we need to do is just type whatever we're looking for, which in our case would be coffee. And then we would need to decide with some decent image. Now, I think I'm going to go with this one, and I'm just going to pick this image as my image for my coffee. Now it comes here with the title. We don't really need it. It's fine. We just publish it. And in this way, we would just need to head over back to the rest of the items. Now here I have right now what? I have the name and I have some kind of image. I also would need the price. So let's say we're going to set this price to $13.99 since I have the decimal. And let's write some type of description. So let's say Mocha, Mocha, and let me see. I mean, obviously typing and talking is not going to be my strong suit, but Mocha Java is the world's original. Hopefully this is going to be correct. Coffee blend. I'm just going to leave it short. So I'm not going to type anything else. Now, in this case, we have everything, right? We have the title, we have the image, we have the price, we have a short description, as well as we have a category. Okay, sweet. Now let's publish this one. The moment this is going to be published, we can either head over back to all our items, or we have an option here of adding another item. So notice we have create new coffee item. So we can just click on this guy, and then we can start working with our T. Since the T is going to be the second thing that we're going to be adding, our second item. So let's say here first Swedish berries, and then we're going to be looking for the T. And just double check whether those are my categories. We can always check it here. So notice I have the coffee, then I have juice and tea. So I know that these are going to be my categories. Now I digress a little bit, but the name would be Swedish berries tea. Then for the image, you know what? Let's try something else. Let's try to get it from our machine, and I'm going to use pixels to get some kind of T image. I'm going to write T, and let's see what kind of images we're going to get. And again, we would just have to pick the one that suits our needs and wants. So I guess I'm just going to go with the first one. I think that was good enough. Let's save it in a desktop just so we can access it really quickly. So let's say in a desktop, T, just let's call it T. And I'm going to head over back to Contentful. In this case, we're going to look for the image. Now, we're not going to look for the title, but we're just going to say that instead of looking on the web, we're just going to look for my device, and then I can just upload it. So here I'm going to be looking for desktop, and then sure enough, I have my T image. So I'm just going to grab this image. Again, this would be your second option, either from getting online or just getting it from your machine. So let's just publish this. And we can head over back to all the fields. Then for the price, I don't know, let's do $8.99 for description. Or you know what, before description, let's add quickly category just so we don't mess it up. And let's say blah blah blah. We have juicy infusion, this tea combines let's say raisins and berries. Just very, very simple description. This tea is going to combine the raisins and the berries. Okay, so we have all the fields, I believe. Again, we can publish. And last but not least, we're looking for some kind of juice. Now, again, we have an option of either creating a new one or we can head over back to all the items. So I'm going to create another one. And we're going to say that the name is going to be cucumber, orange, cooler. So that's going to be a name of our juice. For the image, again, we have a few options. Let's maybe look for this guy. Let's say fresh juice. Let's see what kind of images that we're going to have. Fresh juice. And let's see what we're going to come up with. I mean, they have all kinds, but I think I'm just going to pick this one. So we're just going to go with this image. I don't think it's going to match my name, but I'm just going to live with that. That's fine. So I'm going to have cucumber juice that looks like pineapple. Okay. Have had worse. So anyway, now price, I don't know, let's say 67.99. It's going to be very pricey. And let's say that this is just going to be a cucumber, orange, cooler, blast. So this is going to be my description. And then last, let's just say that the category would be juice, and let's just publish it. Now, again, the idea is very simple, that since you would like to probably filter it, you just need to make sure that categories actually make sense and are exactly the same of what you're choosing. So if you're going to have a coffee category, if you're adding coffees, then probably it would make sense if you would add them over there. So as I scroll down, I can see that I have right now more items. So first I added the coffee, and then I looked for the tea, and now last I got the juice. So now I added my 3 items. Again, if you'd like to add more items, just please pause the video, add the items, and resume when you're ready to go. Phenomenal. We have our data, and if you didn't delete it, we should still have our application. Now what? It's actually very simple. We will head over to Gatsby Docs, get our plugin, and we'll be cruising in no time. So let's give it a shot. So like I said, we're going to have to head over to Gatsby Docs. In our case, that would be gatsby.js.org. And then we're going to have to look for plugins. Well, what kind of plugins? Well, since we're working with Contentful, it would be safe to say that we're going to be looking for Gatsby source Contentful. Now, what do we need with this plugin? Well, again, it's very simple. We just need to install this guy. So let's head over and install this package. Again, I'm going to stop the server right now, and I'm going to clear the console, copy and paste it. Now, while the package is being installed, we can check it out. What do we need here within our Gatsby config? Now, this is interesting. So they're asking for 2 things. They're saying that, first of all, we obviously should get the Gatsby source Contentful, but we should provide space ID, as well as here the Contentful access token. Okay, well, we don't have them yet, but you know what? Let's just try it out. Let's just get it there, and then I guess we're going to figure out once we're going to cross that bridge. So let's say I would like to select everything here. And again, everything within this array. I'm going to select it. I'm going to head over to my Gatsby config. And again, anywhere, it doesn't really matter. You can just say, let's say after the source file system, we're going to copy and paste it. And this is not what I wanted to copy and paste. My apologies. Again, let me select this properly. Copy, paste, and sure enough, now everything is working. Okay, now what? Well, we would need to get these items, right? Because otherwise, the moment we're going to start up our dev server, the Gatsby is going to be complaining and complaining a lot. Now, you probably are asking, well, where are we going to get these values? Well, we're going to head over back to the Contentful, and we're going to look in the settings. Now, in the settings, we have something called API keys. And this is exactly what we're going to use. Now, I already set up one for the application, obviously, that I'm using as my final application, but I'm going to set up a new one. So I'm going to say I would like to create the API keys. Now, in this case, I'm not going to call this store 1. I'm going to say coffee shop. So let's just change it around a little bit. We can add description if we want, but that's not really our main goal. Our main goal is right here. So we have our space ID as well as the API. This is what we're interested in. These are the 2 values that they're asking here in our Gatsby config. However, there is a big problem. If we're just going to copy and paste them here in the Gatsby config, this is going to be very, very wrong. And the reason for it is very simple. Because what's going to happen is eventually we will going to be pushing this up to the GitHub, right? So the whole world can read basically our secret values. And this is probably you should never ever would want to do. So instead, what we're going to do is we're not going to copy and paste these values right here within the space ID and access token, which by the way would work. Again, the application would work fine. However, you don't want to share your secrets with the rest of the world. So instead, notice they're already giving us a clue that they are using the node process, meaning they're using the node environment variables. And in our case, as you can see, they just named it something, but we obviously haven't created this file, the .nv file. So how do we create it? Well, again, we're going to go somewhere in the source. So basically the root of our directory, and let's just create that file. Let's say new file, and I'm going to call this .env, and I'm also going to call this development, because for Netlify, we're going to use something else. So this is just going to be for development. However, again, remember, we were going to be pushing this up to the GitHub. So we don't want anybody to see what is in our Gatsby config, what kind of secrets we have. However, the moment we create this file, it is also important to head over to git ignore. Remember the file that ignores the files that are going to be committed or staged, and just add this file over here. Otherwise, everything that we're doing is useless anyway, because our git ignore, or I'm sorry, our .env development file is going to be seen by the rest of the world anyway. So it's just an extra job with no benefits. And anywhere here in the file, we're just going to write env, and we're going to call this development. So that's going to be the name of our file. So now once we successfully have it in git ignore, now we're going to be start creating the values here in the env development. And we'll head over back to the Gatsby config and notice what they're doing. So basically they have some kind of name. So they have Contentful access token. So we can just copy and paste this one. And let's say that in the development file, now where do we get the value? Well, this is where we're looking for our content API. So delivery API. So we can just copy this one, head over back to our development file, save our first one. So Contentful access token. And then let's do the same thing with space ID. Now they're showing an example that technically you don't have to do that. We could have just added here. And obviously this is something that you can do, but just to stay consistent, maybe let's add it here as a Contentful, and let me write with all caps. So Contentful, and let's write space underscore ID. And I'm going to copy and paste this value. Now, how we can start using these node environment variables? Well, within the Gatsby, we can head over again to documentation, and it's going to be easier if we're just going to search for it. So I'm going to say here in the search bar that I'm going to be looking for env variables. And this should give me the reserved environment variables. This is not what I'm looking for. Let's say that I'm just going to type E, and this should give me basically environment variables. And sure enough, it does. So this is what I'm looking for. Now, once we click on it, and as we start scrolling down, they pretty much are going to tell us that they already have included the package that we need in order to start using these variables, the .env package. However, we just need to include it in our Gatsby config. So only thing we need is just to copy and paste these 3 lines. So again, let me select this. Let's head over back to Gatsby config, and somewhere on the top, we're just going to copy and paste it. So we have our package made available. So this is good. Now, last, I would like to start using these values. So let's say here that I'm going to be looking for the space ID first of all. So let's say that I would like to copy this. So let me copy this. Let's head over to Gatsby config. And instead of just having our space ID, we're going to say that we're going to be looking for the value with a process.env. So let's write process.env. And now let's copy and paste it. So now for the space ID, I have one variable. And for the Contentful access token, I have another one. Now, finally, we are ready to, again, run the development server. And I can tell you right away, if there's going to be some kind of error, you're going to see it in the terminal. So basically, if the Gatsby is not going to be able to connect to the Contentful, it's going to spit up big fat error. And basically, we're going to have to figure out what is the error. So let me first of all clear it. And fingers crossed, everything works fine. Otherwise, I'm going to look pretty silly. So let's do Gatsby develop, and let's hope for the best. So now, unfortunately, we're going to have to listen to me talk a little bit, because for some reason, my Gatsby development server decided that it's gonna take a break at this point in time. Okay, finally it starts working. So again, okay, now it's fetching information. All this is good. Okay, we are Bootstrap finished. Awesome. So what else? And great. Everything is ready to go. Now, don't believe me? Let's head over and make some kind of mistake. So as I'm scrolling up, notice there's no errors. So I know that everything was successful because this is the point where every time the Gatsby development server is going to start up, it's going to fetch the information from Contentful. Notice it's basically saying that it fetched the information. Now, if there's going to be some kind of error, then obviously this is not going to work. So let's test it out. Let's head over back to environment development and let's, I don't know, delete this guy. Let's delete the 5, or I'm sorry, the P, the value of P. Now let me save this again. Now the error is not going to show up right now because what we would need to do again is to stop the server. Then again, let's run Gatsby develop. And now again, let's hope for the best, but we know that there's going to be some kind of error because we clearly messed it up with our space ID. And let's see what's going to happen. So notice right now it's saying, well, Contentful space failed. So something is wrong. And this is what I'm talking about. So with Contentful, if there's going to be a mistake, you're going to know right away. So let me add the P. And I hope that was the character that I deleted. And now for sure, let me restart the server for the last time. And I apologize if you're probably annoyed by this, but let's say clear. Let's write Gatsby develop. And I think we're going to be good to go. So now all the fetching is going to be done correct. And we have a success because we have connected to the Contentful to get our data. Before we deep dive into GraphQL and how we can work with the data from Contentful, we would need to head over back to Netlify and figure out how we're going to use these variables. Because remember, we right now have these variables in .env file. However, we're not going to have access to them once the site is going to be deployed on Netlify. So we would need to come up with some kind of solution. Now, I'm not going to show you right now as we are pushing up to the GitHub and then deploying in Netlify, there's going to be error. Trust me, there is an error and we would need to already fix it first. And then we're going to push it up to GitHub and then deploy it to Netlify. Now, again, fix is in fact very simple. And first of all, let me just copy the first value. And then we're going to head over back and copy a few more. But for now, let's just grab this Contentful access token. So what happens here in the Netlify, we have an option of basically deploy variables. So I'm going to head over back to the site settings. And then within the site settings, we have the build and deploy. Now we also can just scroll up here and we'll see that we cannot find it. So obviously we need to look somewhere else. So here, this would be the continuous deployment. Now within the continuous deployment, we have build environment variables. So this would be exactly the same thing that we're doing right now in the development process. However, we would just need to add these variables over here. So if I'm going to say Contentful access token, make sure that you copy and paste the same value. So again, I'm just going to grab it here. I'm going to copy and paste it. So that's going to be my first one. Then I'm going to say there's going to be another one for the space ID. And again, judging by example, we could probably skip this, but just to stay consistent, we're just going to add both of these. And as a side note, the moment we're going to start working with the Snipcart, we're going to do exactly the same thing. We're also going to set up the environment variables as well as build environment variables. So what happens right now, if both of them are correct, if I haven't made some gross mistakes, now we can head over to our project. And since I am using Visual Studio Code, I'm just going to use a shortcut here. I'm going to say that connected. So this would be basically my message. I would like to right now push it to GitHub. So I'm going to say connected to Contentful. Contentful. Now I'm going to commit and stage all the files. I'm going to say yes. And now I would like to push it. So we're going to say push. Now again, we're going to have our little clock. Everything is going to be kicking into the gear. The moment it's going to be done, then we're going to know that everything has been pushed to GitHub. We can double check that. I have my GitHub open. Let's refresh and let's see what happens. Sure enough, I have connected to the Contentful. So all this is good. And now if we'll head over back to Netlify, we should see that we're going to start another build process. And sure enough, we do. And again, if there's going to be errors, trust me, it's going to right away spit it out back into the building process while it's building. So we're going to know right away. So if everything is going to be correct and we're going to get our published method, or I'm sorry, the text of published, then we know that everything worked fine. Now, if we would like to just double check it, as you can see, again, it's pretty much building the site. And as you can see, it says also fetch data from Contentful. So we know that we're fetching information from Contentful. And if there's going to be something wrong with our variables, then obviously the Netlify is not going to be able to do it. And yeah, everything is great. Site is live. Now we can maybe skip the preview, or if you really want, we can just have a look at it. So let's look at our site. We obviously added our about page, so all this is working, and we still have our excellent homepage. Awesome. We have connected to Contentful. We have set it up the Netlify for continuous deployment. Now we can finally start working with our data from Contentful. Hey guys, just to give you a quick heads up, starting from this lecture, since we have been connected to Contentful, you're going to have to not only run npm install, but you're also going to have to create the environment development file, as well as set up your Contentful credentials if you're downloading the source code. So basically what's going to happen is, let's say we're going to open up a new tab of Visual Studio Code. And let's say, let me get rid of this for now. And within the Visual Studio Code, if we're going to copy and paste our folder that we just got, notice that I obviously don't have my environment development file since it is in the git ignore. So this is being ignored. So not only you're going to have to run npm install to get all your dependencies, but as well, you're going to have to create the file of environment development and then place your own values that you have. So for Contentful access token, as well as Contentful space ID. Because if we're going to head over back to Gatsby config, you'll notice that we're still looking for these variables, but the file is not here, as well as the values are not there. So every time you're going to download the resources, starting from this video, you will going to have to create the file, as well as add your own access variables. Impressive. We have successfully connected to the Contentful. So now we can start using the data. Now, how are we going to use the data? Well, we're going to use GraphQL. And we know that we have the graphical. So we basically can test our queries. So first of all, let me test the query. Let's for sure find out how we can access the data, what fields we're going to be accessing, and then we're going to work in our project and we're going to consume that data. So I'm going to head over again to localhost 8003 underscores graphical, where we had our first query for the image. And now let me delete this, and now let's create a new one. Now for this guy, we're going to say that I'm going to be looking for the menu. So I'm going to say that my query name is going to be new menu. And now I'd like to have the suggestions. Now, as I'm scrolling up and down, I noticed that I'm missing something. So I don't have the query that I would be looking for. Now, in this case, what I would need to do is just refresh the page. Because what's going to happen is, since again, we start and stopped and again start the server, we don't have access right now to the query that I'm looking for. So again, let me restart it. And now notice something interesting. So as you are looking at it, since we installed the Gatsby Contentful plugin, now we have access to more queries, and more specifically, we have access to our coffee item. Remember, this is how we called our model. And also remember how I said that this is going to play important part later on. Well, this is the time and the place. So now in this case, I'm going to be looking for this Contentful item. So I'm going to be getting all our coffee items. Now, whether you have 3 or 64, this is where you're going to have access to them. Now, since this is going to be a list within the Gatsby, we have edges. So every time you're going to have an array or list or anything like that, where you have multiple items, you're going to get edges. Now, within the edges, again, what we're going to have. Again, as always, we can test it out by shift and spacebar, and this is going to give us options. Now, obviously, first we would need to set up the curly braces again, and then we can start looking what we're looking for. Now, within the edges, each and every item is going to be wrapped in the object, and the object is going to be node. So this is just going to be something in between the edges, the array, and then each and every item, we're going to have this object that's going to wrap everything pretty much around it. And now within this node, check this out. Again, if I'm going to look for the suggestion with shift and spacebar, check this out. What do we have? Well, we have the ID that comes right away with Contentful, so we didn't have to set it up. Then we have the title. Remember, that was one of our fields. Then we have price, category, and image. Now, does that look familiar or no? If you're looking at it, description as well, by the way. I think this is all the fields that we created. So now we know that we have successfully have access to all the fields that we created. So first I would like to get an ID. Then I would like to look for the title. Then I would like to look for description. However, with description, notice, since we have the long description, it says the field description is looking for more subfields. Now, remember I said the description basically is going to be wrapped in an object. So this is the case. Again, we would need to look a little bit deeper. And in this case, again, if we're going to look for our suggestions, we're going to get that we are getting the description. So this is how we're going to get our description. So if this would be a short text, remember with a title, then we just can grab the field. With the long text, we're just going to have to look for an object. Okay, so far so good. We also can get right away price. That's also going to be there, as well as remember the category. This is here. And last but not least, we have the image. Now with an image, this is going to be exactly the same how we work with images before in Gatsby, where we have the same options. So notice we have the option of looking for, and again, let me head over here and let's see, we have fixed and fluid. Now, do we want fixed or fluid? Well, for our project, in this case, we want fixed images because we want them quite small. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to find where's my graphical, and I'm going to pick them as fixed. And here again, we have the same options where we had the width, let's say, and the height in the argument. So we can say width is going to be, let's say, 50. And we're going to do the same thing with the height, just to double check and just to double make sure that this works. So I'm going to have width and height. Sweet. Now, well, again, we cannot run in a graphical the actual fragment. Remember, with each and every image, we had these options. We had with the fixed one, we just basically got the fragment. Now, again, we have these options with Contentful, but we cannot run in the graphical. So in the graphical, we can just maybe test it out first. And let's say that we're going to be looking for the source. So again, I can look for suggestions and let's just pick the source. Again, just to see whether everything is working and we're not getting any kind of mistakes. So the moment I'm going to run the query, I'm obviously going to get all my items that I have from the Contentful. So everything that goes under the coffee item is going to be right here. So I can start working with the data. Now, the only thing that's going to be missing is obviously my fragment for my image, but we're going to set this up once we're going to decide what kind of query we're going to do in our actual project. I don't know how about you, but I always find that setting up the GraphQL is probably the main focus of whenever we start working with something in Gatsby. Because once we have all our data, I think this is just going to be a smooth ride from now on. Now, okay, so we have GraphQL query set up. Now let's head over to our document and decide how we're going to do this. Because obviously we have the globals. Now we're not going to have it in the globals, since in our project, it is basically on the homepage, right? Now, we're going to have basically a different section, or essentially just a separate section in our home folder. Okay, so far so good. Now, how are we going to request the data? Are we going to use the static query? Because remember, the page queries we can use only in the pages. So we can use in the about or in the index. There we can use the page queries. But if we're going to set it up actually the separate component here in the home folder, then we're not going to be able to use the page query. So we would need to set up the static query, which in fact is fine. And we're going to do that with our products pretty much in the next videos later on. However, the issue here is I would like to do the filtering. And in order to do the filtering, I would like to get these items in my state first. So once they were going to be in a state, then I'm going to be able to filter them. So in my opinion, it would be better to use the page query in the index page, get all the items and then pass them into this component. And then I have access for filtering and then display them. And later on, again, when we're going to be working on our products, this is where we're going to utilize the section query, where basically we're just going to grab the items and display them the way they come from Contentful. Okay, enough of me yapping. Let's head over to index.js and we can see that we already have our first query. Remember, we were looking for the image. Now, what I would like to do right now is head over back to my graphical, since everything is already set up. Now copy and paste everything, not including the opening and closing brackets. So let me copy and paste this. Let's head over here and we're going to paste it in the index page. Now remember, we needed to fix here our fragment because otherwise this is not going to work. So let me head over again to the Gatsby image. I'm going to look for the Contentful since this is how we're going to work within images. And again, the main point is very simple, is because we're going to use Gatsby image plugin for this. And this is going to give us all these nice features that whenever the image is still loading, we're going to be having our SVG. Now, technically, you don't have to do that. But again, then if you're not using this, it's the same as you would have a fast car and if you drive like 15 miles an hour. There's a reason why Gatsby gives you all these awesome features. And I think it just makes sense if we're using them. So far, so good. We have our query set up. Now let me just double check, meaning let me restart the server and start the server. I'm sorry, stop the server and start the server just to make sure, since we actually created a new query again. So let's write develop, and now we should be good to go. Now what's going to happen right now is the data is going to be again accessible to us within this prop, within this data prop. Now first we just got the image. That was the only thing we got for a background. Now, in this case, we're going to get all our contentful data, meaning our coffee items. Now, don't believe me? Let me set up, first of all, some kind of component here within the home. Like I said, the name is going to be menu. So I'm going to say there's going to be new file. And again, this is going to complain. That's fine. We can refresh. And within the home, we'll say, okay, we would want new file. We're going to call this file menu.js. We'll save it. I'm going to close for now the terminal. We don't need it. And this is going to be class-based component because I would like to use the state. So my snippet would be RCC. So now I have my component. However, there's going to be a few more imports that we are going to need. Now, first of all, I would like to use the title that we created, and that is going to be in a global. So dot, reaching in the globals, looking for the title, good to go. And next, I'm going to look for the Gatsby image, which is going to come from Gatsby image. So again, we can name this however we would like, but I think it makes sense if we're naming this image from, and then we're looking for Gatsby image. Now, this is all fine and good, but what right now? Well, since this is a state component, meaning class-based component with a state, let's test it out whether we are getting actually this data. And in order to do that, we would first need to render this menu, the menu component. Or let's say here maybe some kind of hello, just so we can see that something is being rendered at least on a screen. So within a div, let's say content from menu component. And this is the reason why I always like to have the hello world, because it's probably faster. But at least this kind of makes a little bit more sense, right? When you have content from somewhere. Anyway, I digress. That's just my issue with people who don't like just simple hello world. And let me head over to index.js. Now, right after the info, and by the way, we can copy and paste right away the whole line. I think this is going to be faster. Then we're going to select both of them. And we're going to say that we're going to be looking for the menu component from the components and home folder and obviously menu. Now, right after the info, let's add our menu component or so. So that's going to be our first step. And then let's decide what's going to be our plan of attack. So we have our data accessible to us. We have data right now that is located right now in our data prop, since we're getting this from the GraphQL. Now, what I would like to do is have here some kind of prop. So let's call this items. Again, this can be named anything you would want. And now I'd like to access data menu. So I'm going to say data menu. So within this data object that I'm have access to, because we obviously run the page query, I'm looking for the name of the query of menu. And I would like to pass it here as the props of the name of item. So that's pretty much my plan. Now, in order to show you that this actually works, first of all, let's see that we have content from the menu component. And then we can use the React tools. We can use all kinds of sophisticated things. But a lot of times I think that console log is pretty much the fastest way for sure for me to show you that everything works. So what I would like to do right now is head over back to menu.js and decide how I can console log it so I can see that I have the data. Because believe me, there's no point for us to really do all kinds of work if we are not going to have access to data. So we don't have the data, then we need to fix the error, because with no data, there's no menu section. Okay. Now within the state component, meaning, I'm sorry, I keep naming the state component, class-based component with a state, we have an option of either using component did mount to get our data as the props, or we can use the simple constructor. So we can just use the constructor, and I need to pass it here props. Then within the constructor, I'm going to be looking for super. And again, we're going to have to pass the props. And then once I'm here in my constructor, let's just console log it. Let's see what is the props that we're getting. So I'm going to say log, and we're going to be looking for what? Well, the name was what? Well, the name was item. So we have to look for props items. So hopefully this is going to work, and we're in fact going to get our object. So let's save this, and then let's see. Okay, now it runs, and we don't see anything. Okay, so maybe let's refresh it, and now what do we see? Okay, let me make this a little bit bigger so we can see. And all the way in the bottom, what you see here, it's the edges. What is the edges? It is the array of 15 items. Now, if we're going to head over back to graphical, what do you see over here? We have menu. Okay, so we have the name of the query, and then we have the edges. And now edges would be the array with all our items. So again, if you wouldn't do filtering, you could probably just do a regular static query. This should be fine. But since I would like to do some filtering here in the state, this is the reason why I grabbed these items this way, basically using the props. So my idea would be very simple right now. I would like to create a new state, or state in general. I'm going to say there's going to be state. State is going to be an object. And within an object, again, we're going to have some properties. My first property is going to be items. Now, I would want these items to be an array. Okay, so if I'm looking at my props, what do I see? I see props dot, then I'm looking for the items. And then within the items, I have what? I have edges. Okay, so I can do props dot items dot, and then I would like to have edges. So this is going to be my array. Now, again, since we're doing the filtering, I'm going to do another property that's pretty much going to get the same things. That's going to get, again, the same edges. And you'll see once we start filtering why I'm doing this. However, I would like to name this differently. So this is not going to be items. I'm going to call this coffee items. So again, you can name this whatever you'd like, but the reasons are going to be very simple. Whenever I'm filtering, once I press the all button, I would like to get the actual original pair of values. Now, later on, we're going to work with categories. For now, I'm just going to leave that key value pair off. And now we're going to head over to render, because in the render, I would like to do a little bit conditional rendering. Now, obviously, I can see that I'm getting right now my array, right? Array of 15 items. And you know what? We can just get rid of probably console log if we're still doing it, if it's still showing, because I think it's just going to be smarter if it's not all over the place. And yeah, I deleted it, so it's all good. Okay, we can close right now the actual console. We don't need it right now. Okay, where I was with conditional rendering, and why we would want to do that. You see, we're going to be getting many items, or let's say 15 items. And let me fix the browser window. That's going to look better. We're going to be getting, in my case, 15 items. But what happens if there's some kind of error or something, or items are not displayed? I think it would be better if we would have some kind of error message where it's maybe not error message, where it just says, you know what, there's no items here. And once the items are there, obviously they're going to be displayed. So let's do a tiny, tiny conditional rendering. Now, again, we can do the ternary operator. We can do all kinds of things. But in my case, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have if and else, and then I'm going to set up basically two returns. So first of all, I'm going to say if this dot state. So I'm accessing the values in a state, and I'm looking for the items. And since this is an array, I can say if the length is going to be bigger than 0. So if the length is going to be bigger than 0, then I know that I have my values here. Correct? That should be correct. Now, what happens after that? Well, once I have the values, then obviously there's going to be cases where you're not going to have these values, where the length maybe is going to be equal to 0. So there's no items here. So what we're going to do here? So this would be my first return. So I'm going to say if this happens, then I would like to have this type of return. Now let me first of all place it in the curly braces here. Let me bring this up, and we're going to fix this up literally in a second. But for now, let's just work on our else statement. And now I'm going to say that else. So if the value is going to be just an empty array, then I would like to access the different items, meaning then I would like to display a different message. I apologize. Keep talking about items and messages and just everything is together. So in this case, we're going to say return. And now let's set up our different return. Now, again, we're going to be returning obviously JSX. So we can say section, and then this is where our HTML comes in. And when I say HTML, I also mean Bootstrap because obviously we're using this for CSS. And let's add maybe padding top bottom 5. Let's close it up to section, and we're going to add some more items over here. So first, I'm going to say that there will be container. So there's going to be container. Then after the container, we're going to be looking for the title. Remember, we have imported the title. So let's write title. Now, what would be our title? Remember, we had a title prop. And let's write, I don't know, our menu, something, or our best of our menu, whatever. Best of our menu. So that's going to be my title. Now, after the title, once we're going to save it, obviously, this is going to collapse to a self-closing title, but we can do a row. Again, this would be a Bootstrap thing. Then we're going to be looking for the column, and the div is going to be spanning 10 columns wide on extra small screen. Then once we get to, let's say, a small screen, we're going to be having 6 columns wide, and we would always want it in the center. So I'm going to say MX auto. Text is always also going to be in the center. And I would also like to capitalize it. I'm going to say capitalize. And now let's write some kind of heading. And within heading, we're going to say heading 1. And there are no items to display. So that's going to be my text if there's nothing to display. Now, for now, I know that I'm getting the edges. So meaning I'm getting my array. So everything is going to be fine. But what I'm having right now is from the items from the state. So why don't we go over here if we have the successful return and also style it a little bit better? Because for now we just have content from the menu component. What I would like to do right now is I would like to just get rid of this div. And then again, we're going to have our return. Now, again, this is going to be JSX. Then we're going to be looking for the section and what's going to be in a section. Well, again, we're going to repeat a few of the things that we're doing right here. So let's say class name, looking for menu, padding top bottom 5. I'm going to do it this way. And then we're going to be looking again for the container. And for the container, we're going to have, again, the title the same way. So we're going to have the title. And obviously later on, we're going to set up here our conditional rendering as well as the fact that we're going to have all our items here. So if the array length is going to be bigger than 0, this is where all the items are going to be displayed. However, if we don't have any items, then we're just going to have this text over here. Okay, so we have here the menu. Again, we can just say best of our menu. And let's self-close it right away, the title. And now this is where we would like to place our row. Now with the row, though, we're going to have one more class of margin bottom 5 over here. And let's say that within this margin bottom 5, we're going to have some kind of column. So let's write for now that this would be a column and simple column with just some kind of text. So let's say heading 1, these are our items. These are our items. Now, once I save it, what do you think is going to be displayed? So if I'm looking right now at my state, I'm obviously getting my array with, I believe in my case, it was 15 items. So we should get this text. We should be successfully getting these are our items. But in a second, we're going to change this around a little bit just to make it interesting. So as I'm scrolling down, check it out. So I have these are my items. So I know that array has some kind of length. And okay, what if I'm going to do this? What if, let's say there's going to be an error or something and there's going to be no items? Let me save this and let me refresh and let's see what's going to happen. We have there are items. There are no items to display. So we know right now that our message, our error message basically is going to work correctly. So again, I can just undo everything that I did over here. And now once we have our basic setup, we can start working on rendering the items that I have right now in my array. As a side note, if you don't like this syntax, if you think that there's too much of redundancy, obviously you can set it up different way where you have the conditional rendering with a ternary operator, or basically your whole skeleton would be exactly the same. And then you're just going to be dealing with the items, whether the items are going to be displayed or there's going to be some kind of text. Now, for the change, I just wanted to use this if and else and just use these two return statements. Again, this is really up to you how you would like to do that. Now, let's render the items that we are getting from the Contentful. So in order to do this, in fact, I'm going to get rid of this margin bottom 5. My apologies. This was actually going to be used for our buttons, not what we have for now. I'm also going to get rid of this column for now. I don't need it. And let's add 2 comments. So the first one is going to be, let's say, categories, which we will going to work later on. And the second one is going to be the items. Now, the items just means that for now, we're going to start working on the items. Now, within the items, we know that we can access the variables in JSX, again, by the set of curly braces. And we need to decide what we're going to be looking for. So since this is going to be my items, where I'm going to keep all my original values, I'm going to start rendering with the coffee items. Now, again, the reason for that is later on, once we start filtering, this is the value that we're going to be changing in a state. And this one is always going to stay with original values. So whenever we would like to access the original values, we're just going to grab the items. Simple enough. Now, within the row, we know that we can access the state. So I'm going to say this dot, and we're looking for state. Then within the state, we're looking for coffee items. So this is going to be our setup. Since I know that this is an array, I can loop through an array with the method of map. And then the callback function is going to be applied for each and every item in my array. Now we were going to keep our graphical just so we can always see what's happening. And then if we know that this would be edges, so the name would be edges of the array, that's right now my coffee items. Now each and every item is going to be wrapped in the object, and then we're going to have the node here. So what we would need to do is not only access each and every item, we would like to destructure the node here. Otherwise, obviously, we can access these IDs here or meaning fields, but then we would always need to write node.id, and then we're actually looking for the actual item. So in our case, that would mean that we're looking for not only node, but we would need to type whatever name we're passing here as a parameter, and then parameter node dot something. So this pretty much just saves us the typing where we can destructure this out. And that way we can right away access the node. However, we would need to fix a little bit the syntax, because in that case, we would need to place this in parentheses. And again, this would just be a simple arrow function code where we're looking for the whatever node value we have here with the structuring. And my apologies, I didn't want to move it. And then I would like to return something, since this is obviously going to be my case. So I'm going to say that I would like to return. And now we need to start working on what is going to be our return. Now, our return is going to be JSX. And let me just first of all try to fix it. And you know what? There's actually a mistake. I still made a syntax mistake. So basically, what I would like to try to do is to have this value, this parenthesis, right after here. Because obviously, I would need to have the curly brace, then the parenthesis, and then my return. So this is basically going to be my idea. Then first, I would like to return some kind of div. Now this div is going to have key prop, and then within the key prop, we're going to have access to the node and the ID. So again, we are looping through an array of data. The data is going to have these edges. Now, as I'm looping through each and every edges, then I'm going to be looking for this node. Now, the way we access the node is we just destructure this from our parameter. Now, that way I can right away access my ID, let's say, which is I need to use for each and every item. Since this is an array, I know I would want it to be unique. And then we're going to add some Bootstrap classes. So say class name, and we're going to add that, let's say, from the extra small screen, this is going to be 11 columns wide. Then we're going to be looking from medium screen, this is going to be 6 columns wide. And let's add a little bit of margin top bottom. This would be 3. And then display flex, and MX auto. Now let me show you in a final project basically what we're doing right now. So if we're gonna head over, we're working with the div that contains all these items. And the way we're gonna set up this div is there's gonna be a FLEXBOX. So one item, just one image is gonna be sitting on the left-hand side, and then all the text is gonna be on the right-hand side. So this is all we're doing. It's not really, there's nothing major about it. And this is the reason why we're adding this display flex. Now, like I said, first I would like to access my image. So I'm gonna say that there will be a div, and within div, we're gonna place our image component. Remember, the image component was something that we got it from Gatsby image. And now I would like to get this image, and I would need to use the prop of fixed, since obviously what I'm doing right now with my query is getting this value of fixed. So obviously they both need to match. So fixed is going to be equal to what? Well, again, we're going to look for node. Then in the query, we have the image. So we're going to be accessing the image. And then we're looking for the fixed object. So let me just add the /. And now let's see what happens. Now, first of all, let me refresh. And as we're going to scroll down, these are going to be our images. Again, I know that this might seem a little bit confusing, especially since I made a syntax error over there. But let me cover this one more time because I think it's a lot of times important just to kind of drill it down. So we have the coffee items array that is in the state. We're using the map method. We're looping through this array, and then we know that the property on this array is going to be the item, since obviously we're going to have edges array, and then we're going to have these items. Now, in order to access the node, which is going to be easier, we are just destructuring this out in basically our argument or parameter. And that's it. Otherwise, again, we would need to come up with some kind of name and then write it the long way, where we would need to write whatever item or something, whatever we would name it here, and then we would say item.node.id. And that's all we're doing. We're just getting this node. And for each and every item in this array, we will be returning this div. Now, for now in this div, all we have is image. That's all. That's all we have. But what I would like to do is set by side by side the actual text. So let me get this div. So that would be my first div. And then let's create another one. So this is where we're going to place all our text. And you know what? If we want, we can just maybe add some kind of comment. So item content or something like this, or text. Maybe that's going to be more self-explanatory. And within a div, we would want to add a few classes. Now those classes are going to be coming again with the Bootstrap. So we have FlexGrow1. And in this case, what I'm saying is that I would want that text to be taking the rest of the space. So if the image was fixed and it was just taking as little space as we basically tell it to, because we specifically said that the image is going to be 50 by 50, then the rest of the space is going to be taken by the text. And let's add a little bit of padding left and right, and the padding is going to be 3. So what is going to be within this div? Well, there we're going to have two more things. First, we're going to have title and the price, and then we're going to have a paragraph. Now, maybe let's start with paragraph. This is going to be very simple. Now, for this, we do need to add a class. The class name here is text muted. So there's going to be a great text. And now I know that since each and every item is going to have a description, I can just maybe create a small tags. I can just say there's going to be small tags. And here we're going to access node, since this is going to be our object, description. And then we're looking for another description. And again, why we're doing that? Well, because the description was the long text and it was wrapped in the object. So that's the reason why we're doing these two dots here. And once we save it, here I have my text. Okay, so far so good. Then what else we would like to do over here? Well, above the paragraph, we would like to have the title as well as the price. So let's set up a div. Again, this div is going to have a few class names. So maybe right away, let's write the class name. So div dflex. So this is going to be displayed as flex. Justify content. And then we're looking for between. Now, what is this going to do? Then the title is going to be pushed as far as possible from the actual price. And that's all. Nothing really special. And within this div, we're going to place our two things. So first of all, we're going to have our heading 6 with our title. But let's maybe add another class name. And remember how I said that in the Bootstrap, we also have the margins of 0. So in this case, I'm just going to set it up that for both of them, the margin bottom is going to be 0. That's all it means. And then let's have our node title. And again, let's write node title. This is how we're going to access this. And in the title, obviously, there's going to be the name of our item. And then we're going to be looking for node price, which is going to be another field. And we would just need to add the $sign here in front of the node price. And the moment this is going to be saved, this is how this is going to look. So we're going to have all our values, whatever we're writing here, and they're going to be displayed side by side with the price. Now, within the medium screen, we're going to have a 2-column layout, not just 1-column layout. And we can obviously test this out in right now the browser window that we have. So this is the project we're currently working on. I'm going to make this basically responsive right now. And you know what? Right now I'm in the about page. However, if we're going to scroll down, these are going to be my menu items. So basically, this is how it's going to look like. And if we're going to make it even smaller, then we're going to have 1-column layout. So starting from this kind of screen, we're going to have 1-column layout. And even if we're going to make this smaller, then this is basically how it's going to look like. And the moment we're going to start making our screen bigger, then we're going to get our 2-column layout. Now, this is going to be the basic setup. Let me just check whether we have anything in the layout CSS, whether we would want to have some kind of different background. And I think we would want to add a little bit of different color. So we'll head over to layout CSS. Remember, we had this class of menu. And here, let's just do background. And let's look for main gray. So main gray is going to be our color. I'm going to save this. And sure enough, now we have a nice, cool gray background. And now next, I would like to start working on our filtering. Before we start working with the categories, let me just add quick few fixes. So first of all, I would like this to be yellow, the price. So for this, remember, we had a class of text yellow, I believe. Now, at the moment we're going to save it, now the text is going to be yellow. As well as I would like to wrap this in the small tags from the actual HTML. So let's write that we're going to be looking for small tags. And within the small tag, I would like to place this node title. So you just can cut it out, copy and paste it. And the same thing is going to be over here. So maybe let's just copy this, the whole thing. And then let's get rid of the price for now. Copy and paste it. And let's say we're going to be looking for the price. The moment I'm going to save this, this is basically going to be smaller text, which kind of, in my opinion, looks a little bit better. So far, so good. We have everything set up with the prices and everything and with the titles. Now, what are we going to do right now? Well, now we'd like to start working on our categories. And you know what? I think I made a mistake here. I would like to place this $sign within the small tag. Otherwise, this is not going to look as good as I would want to. Now, what's going to happen with the categories? Well, again, we would need to go first and decide with the graphical, and then we're going to see. So for each and every item, we're going to have a category. So that's going to be juice, tea, coffee, again, coffee, juice, coffee, whatever. So we're going to have 3 categories. In our final project, we would want to have 4 filtering buttons. But if you're adding more categories, there could be more buttons. So the way we were going to set it up is that this is not going to be limited to only 3 categories. If you later on add more categories, the buttons will going to be displayed. But we're also going to have option for all. But if I'm going to click on coffee, only coffee is going to be displayed. If I'm going to click on juice, only the juice is going to be displayed. And last but not least, if I'm going to click on tea, then only tea is going to be displayed. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Okay. Now, once we have set it up everything, and once everything is ready to go, what are we going to do next? Well, we would need to set up probably some kind of functions or something that we're going to do the filtering for us. Otherwise, for now, nothing is really happening. Okay, so we're going to head over again to whatever image or top here. And right before the class starts and ends, I would like to set up my function. Now, the function is going to be very simple. We're going to say const, and let's name this get categories. Categories, something like this. Now, within the categories, we're going to be passing the items. So we can just say that we're going to be expecting some kind of items. And since this is going to be an arrow function, we're just going to have some kind of return. And let's say return. And first, we'll just like to return the items. Now I'm going to run this function whenever I'm going to be creating the property here in the state. So my property is going to be categories, and it will going to be equal to get categories. So the function that we just created. And now I would like to pass the value that I would like to get back from this function. Now this value is going to be props, again, items and edges. So again, I'm doing the same thing where I'm just passing down this array of edges into this categories function. Now, since I would like to check what I'm having in the state, let's just do a console log in the render. Again, whatever we would like to do. And let's just look at this dot state and categories. And again, the reason why I'm doing the console log, just because as we're working with this function, I would like you to see what is happening. So first of all, let's save this. Then just to double check, we can refresh. Let's look at the inspect, since we're going to be looking at our console quite often. And for now, what's happening is, again, we can refresh maybe. And yeah, we're still going to have it anyway. So this is going to be all the way in the bottom. Hopefully you're going to be able to see everything. And you know what? Maybe I can just make this bigger. Then this way you can definitely see the array. So we're getting this in the line of 18. Now, what is 18? This is our console log. So basically, this is going to be for us to check of what we're getting back from the function. Now, I wouldn't have to do it technically. I could just say, I could just tell you what's happening, but I think it's going to be easier for you to see what's happening. So first of all, I would need to get all my categories, right? Now, how do I get categories? Well, one of the things we can do is we can set it up here, the map method. So first, let me create the variable. And let's call this temp items, something like this. I'm going to set this equal to the items, then whatever items we're receiving in this function. And then we're looking for the map method, since the map method is going to allow us to loop through our array that we're getting and just get selective items back. So what do I mean by that? So I'm going to say items, since I'm going to be receiving each and every item in an array. And then I'm going to say that specifically, I would just like to get the category back. So since this is a narrow function, we can write item node. Remember, again, this was the annoying part where all the items were in the actual node object. And then we're looking for a category. And now instead of items, we're going to have to return temp items. So let's say temp items. And let's check it out what we're going to have. Again, we were going to have 21 items, right? I'm sorry, 15. It is going to be the line 21. And remember, the line 21 just means that this would be the property value in our state. So again, let me refresh. Let me clear the console. Sorry, refresh and now clear the console. Now what I have here, I believe I have 15 categories. So I have juice, tea, coffee, and whatever. Now all this is good, but we just want to get the single values. I don't want all the coffees. I just want to check whether there's one coffee and just display this one category as a coffee. Now there's many ways how we can do this. We can use reduce, but I'm just going to stick with a set. So with JavaScript, we have a new set, and I'm just going to use that. Now in this case, let's write again another variable. Let's call this temp categories, and this is going to be equal to a new set. So that would be the syntax. And now let's pass in the temp items that we're getting back. So we would like to pass this array here into the set. Now what's going to happen with the set? Well, we can check it out. Instead of the items, let's get back categories. And I know that for those of you who obviously know how this works and everything, this is going to be very easy, but there's some people who don't understand it. So this is the reason why we're doing this the long way. Now, first of all, I made a gross error because this is not what I would like to do in the map method. So let me move this out. And now once we're going to save it, this should return us something different than what we were looking for before. So we have temp categories, and then this is going to be equal to the new set. So again, let me refresh and let's see what we have. So now I'm having the new set, because what happens with the set, we're just getting the unique values. So now I have juice, tea, and coffee. So we're already getting closer to what we would like. So these are already unique values. Okay. Let's keep moving. Now, this is obviously an object, and we could work with an object, but I think it's going to be easier to work if we're going to have an array. Now, how we can turn this into array? Again, let's create another variable, categories. This is going to be equal to array from. So we can use this method. So we're going to have array from. And now let's pass temp categories here. And again, let's just return categories for now. Let's just see what we're going to have for now. Categories. Now, once we're going to save it, again, now what I'm happening is what now I'm getting back is the array of these three items. So good. We finally got our unique values in one array. Now, one last thing that I would like to do is add this all method, or I'm sorry, not method, but the value, because there's going to be cases where I would like to return them all, not just coffee, juice, or tea, but I would like to return them all. So what I would like to do is right now insert this into array. Now we could use array push method. However, why don't we use the spread operator instead? So right after the first time we declare the variable, I'm just going to say that I would like to add some changes. So I'm going to say categories. And in my case, I would like to use, like I said, spread operator. So the first value is going to be all. I'm going to place it over here. Then we have the comma and then 3 dots. Then what we're passing here? Well, everything that we already have it in the array. So we can just say categories. And the moment I'm going to save it, I should have these 4 values instead of 3. And yeah, I do. Now, again, my apologies for those of you who understand how this works, but hopefully for some of you who had questions about it, this kind of answered everything that we were doing since we were pretty much console logging everything. So far good. We have our categories, and the categories are right now in our state. Or as you can see, my time picking is just excellent. So I can just get rid of probably console log. I don't need it. And let's fix this here. This is going to be categories properly. This should be our actual property on a state. Okay, there's not going to be any kind of console logging anymore. So I can just close this for now. At least I think there's going to be a little bit with a button, but that's just going to be once we get there. Okay, now I'm obviously going to do some kind of looping through this array since I would like to display it as a button. However, for this button, there's also going to be a method. Now the method is going to be in the state. So I'm just going to call this handle items. So this is going to be for the filtering. And for now, again, we can just do a simple console log because I first would like to render all these categories as a buttons. And then as the last thing, we're going to work on this logic. So what we're going to say here, again, just a simple console log. Hello from class, something like this, class. That could be a nice hello from class. Okay, now we have the items, right? The items have been rendered successfully. We have seen them. Now, what are we going to do with categories? Well, it's also going to be very simple. It's in fact going to be again another row. We're going to have another row, and you know what? Let me just make this one tiny bit smaller because sometimes as I'm watching what I have recorded, it seems that maybe you guys don't have enough space. So let's say row. Now, in this case, I do want that margin bottom. Remember, I was trying to add it for the previous row, but I wasn't successful. Now, within the row, I'm going to have my column. So this is just going to be a single column. We're not going to be rendering each and every item as a column. We're just going to have a column, and then within the column, this is where we're going to have our buttons. So first, let's say column. So div is going to be spanning 10 columns wide on the extra small screen. Then we're going to place it always in the center. And also we're going to have a text in the center. So far, so good. And here, let's again access the values in a state. And now this is important that we're looking for the categories. Obviously, since this is something that we would want to render. So I'm going to say this dot state. And within the state, I have the categories property. Now, again, we're going to use the map method since we would like to grab the values, what we have from this array, and then display in some kind of HTML. Now here, I'm going to name this. I'm going to say that I'm going to be accessing the category, first of all, as one of my items. And also I would like to get the index. Now, the reason why I'm getting the index is very simple because again, there's going to be multiple, and with the React, we're going to be getting some errors if we're not using some kind of unique identifier. Now, obviously, this is not the best thing to do with an index, but for now, I just don't want to deal with any kind of IDs. I don't find it necessary. The buttons are not going to change. I'm not going to remove them or add them or anything like that. Now, since I'm looping through this again categories array, what I would like to return for each and every item, I would like to return the button. So I'm going to access the value right now. I'm going to say that there's going to be a button, and the button is going to have a bunch of props. So first of all, we're going to say just a simple type button. So that would be the HTML thing. And then, you know what? Let's right away access the value. Now, what do you think? What is going to be the value that I'm accessing here in category? Well, since this was an array and each and every item in array had some kind of name, so I would just like to access the name by accessing the category. So this is something that's going to be written on a button. Now, what else we're going to have? Well, we need to have the key. Remember, again, we are rendering the list, so we need the key prop, and that would be equal to the index that, again, we're getting from our function. And last but not least, or I'm sorry, you know what? This is not going to be last. There's going to be two more things, so my apologies. Not last. Class names. Now, the class names are going to come again from Bootstrap. We have button. Then we have button yellow. Remember, that was something that we created. And now I would like to just add text, capitalize, as well as margin all around is going to be 3. So these are going to be my classes that I'm adding. Now, one last thing though, I would like to add the on click event listener, because every time we're going to be clicking on a button, I would like to run this handle items method. Now, since I would like to pass the category for my filtering here, I would need to set it up as a arrow function return. So what I'm saying is I'm not going to say this dot set state, or I'm sorry, this dot handle items, because that will gonna mean that if I'm going to place the category here, it's going to run automatically. So let's say if we're going to do something like this and we would like to pass the category, then this is going to fail, because even though we're going to get the proper category, this function is going to run right away. This is not something we would want. So instead, we're going to place here the arrow function. So this is going to be returned from the arrow function. So let me set up the curly braces properly. And let's go over here, add the one on the end. And I don't know whether I added or not. Let me save this and let's see. So yeah, it looks proper for now. I think so. Yeah, it is. Everything is working fine. And the key here is that for each and every category, I'm going to be getting back this value. And obviously, we're going to use it within our handle items. Now, as you can see right now, all my buttons are successfully displayed. So let's test it out. Let's say we're getting the category, and let's see what would be the value. So instead of hello from class, let's just notice what category we're getting back. So category, I'm going to save it. We're going to look on the inspect. Again, I know that console is going to be small. I'm fully aware of that. Let me again clear this. Maybe let's save it. And then let's see what we're going to have on a button. And let me click on it. Now the value is coming back as all. Then I have a juice. Then I have a tea. And then I have a coffee. So we're almost there. Everything worked fine. Again, we had the array. We looped through an array. Each and every item, we returned some type of HTML where we use the values from that array that we're looping through. And we just use this, in this case, index, just because I was lazy to get some kind of ID. Now, what's happened here is that we would like to work in our function, essentially in our method. Now, first, let me get rid of this category. I'm not going to need this right now. And now let's think about it. So what's going to happen? I have my items in the state. It is an array. I'm getting this from my GraphQL, correct? So I have these values here. However, what I'm displaying is the coffee items. Remember, as I was working with an items, I was displaying the coffee items. So my idea would be very simple. So what's going to happen is that if I'm going to press all, if I'm going to press on this all button, I'm just going to reset this coffee items in my state back to the items that I'm getting originally. However, if I'm going to pass some other category, I'm going to filter the items, and the coffee items is just going to get these filter items. And again, this is just going to be probably easier for me to show you. So let's say there's going to be a variable. We're going to call this variable temp items. And for now, again, I would like to do some spread operating business where I'm going to say this dot state. So I'm looking for the state and I'm getting all the items. So everything that I'm originally getting from GraphQL. So far, so good. Then I'm going to check. I'm going to say, okay, if the value of the category is all, so what am I doing then? And here I'm going to use the triple equal sign. So I'm going to say, if this is equal to all, what should happen? Well, I would like to render coffee items as the items that I'm getting back originally from my GraphQL. So I would like to render them all. So here we can use this dot set state, and then we can pass it here as a function. So we can say we're passing here the function, and the function is going to return our new state. And within the state, we're going to set coffee items equal to the temp items. So basically, what everything that we're getting back again, getting back from the items, we're passing it to the temp items. We're using the spread operator, and we're passing back into the coffee items. So the moment I'm going to press all, everything that I'm getting back from right now, my GraphQL, is going to be displayed. However, obviously the case is the reason for the filtering is that not always we're going to have the all. So instead, right now, let's see what happens if the value is not all. Well, then we would like to say let items. So we're going to have the variable. The variable is going to be equal to temp items. So again, the same items we're getting back from our original state. And now I would like to filter it. I would like to filter it based on this category. So we'll write temp items filter. As we're filtering, then we also need to remember that these items are going to be in a node. We still have this annoying object there. So what I would like to do is from these temp items, I would like to destructure the node. And then I would like to return if the node category, remember we have this category option there. And I'm sorry, not categories. First of all, it's category, and also it's not going to be an option. It's going to be a field. And then again, if we want to check this, we can head over to graphical and let's see. Do we have a category? Well, yeah. So for each and every node, we will going to have this category. Because again, remember at the end of the day, this is all this is going to be. It's not going to be something unique or different. This is going to be the items that we're getting back from GraphQL. Now, what I would like to do is just triple equal sign. Again, we're going to make sure that this is equal to the category that we're passing in from the button. So whatever value the button is going to have, we'll make sure that we will return it. So we're going to say if the node category field matches the category we passed into the function, then we know that we can filter this. So now only items is going to contain everything that we're filtering with. So let's say juice is going to be all the items with juice category and so on and so forth. Now, in this case, we can do a different this.setState. We can say this.setState, and again, we're going to pass the function. Now, this function is going to return a different state. So I'm going to say return, and we're going to set coffee items. Again, these are the items that are being rendered to items that we're getting back from our filter method. Now, let me save this, and I think it's going to be much more fun if we do this in a bigger browser window. So I'm going to head over here on my project. I can just refresh, and all this should work fine. And as we scroll down, first of all, I can see that these are my items. And now let's test it out. So if I'm going to click on juice, I'm just getting back to juice. If I'm clicking on a tea, I'm getting tea. If I'm getting coffee, I'm getting coffee. And then finally, I'm getting all. Now, again, we're not limited to only those values that we have for now for category. So if we're going to go here and add another entry, and let's say that I'm not going to deal right now with all the GraphQLs because I'm going to have to start and restart the server. But if we're going to add a different category, obviously that category is going to be displayed as a button, as well as you're going to filter it, because pretty much we are done with our setup. So whatever categories you're going to be adding, you're going to be able to filter them out. Wow, that was a doozy. Hopefully everything worked out for you guys. So you have the categories and you can start filtering your items. And now let's look at what we have next. Now, as we're looking at it, we have the product. So again, that would be the basic setup. And then since this is not going to be our first time on a rodeo, then we're going to head over right away and start working in the Contentful. Now, before we do that, I actually changed my mind. I would like to add another item within my coffee items just to show you that everything is working with our categories. So here I'm going to say add another entry. and I'm going to be looking for the coffee item. And in this case, I'm going to call this classic smoothie. Hopefully that name is going to make sense. Smoothie. And this is going to be my name. And then I would like to add some kind of price. Let's say $24.99. Classic smoothie is going to be our description. Classic smoothie. And then for the categories, let's add smoothies. So plural. Smoothies. And you know what? We need to have another O and not zero O. And then once we add them, maybe let's look for the images. Now, in my case, you know what? Let's just check it out whether there's good ones online. So let me select this, search, and let's see. Do they have any good ones? Smoothies. We're looking for smoothies. And yeah, I think this is going to do. So either the red one or the green one, where we want this one. Which one do we want? I think this is going to be the best one, I think. So let's just get this one. And yeah, probably you don't want the plate, but I think we're going to live with that. So let's say publish. So we'd like to publish our smoothie. Then the picture is going to be there. Then the name is going to be classic smoothie. Again, we're going to save this since we're going to have to rerun the server anyway. Since we're adding more things to the GraphQL, meaning to the Contentful, then in order to display the data, we're going to have to stop the server and start the server again anyway. Now, within the content model for the product, again, I can just show you that this is a very simple one. So this would be my coffee product, but let me make a dummy example again. So I'm going to say add new content type, and let's call this coffee. And in this case, this is going to be product. Now, again, I'm going to add example just because the name is already taken. But if you would like to follow along with my GraphQL queries, then make sure that you name this coffee product. Okay, so we have this. So this is good to go. Now let's add fields. The first one is going to be title, again, short text. This is going to be our title. Then we're going to have the price. And in this case, we're going to use decimal. So let's say decimal and the price. We're also going to create it. And last field is going to be image. So it will be in the media. And we're going to call this also an image. This will be one file. So we can create it. And we have our content model. Now, once we set up the content model, now it's basically complaining that I didn't save it. So my apologies. Let me save it. And let's head over to all our fields. So we're going to click on content model. And now I also have coffee product example. Now, here we have the content. And now I'm going to be looking for the new products. Again, I'm not going to add it in product example. I'm going to add in the coffee product. Now, what I would like to do is just add one, because again, this is not the first time that we're doing it. And if you need to stop the video, do that and resume once you have enough entries. So here, let's say new coffee product. Again, the name, that's always the most challenging for me. Bali Blue Moon Coffee. I'll just call it something like this. Coffee. And here, let's add another O. And then the title should be correct. For the price, I don't know, $88.99. That sounds like a decent price to me. And then, you know what? Let's go to pixels because I do like those colors much better. Sorry, not colors, pictures. Let's say coffee. And again, I really like coffee, but for some reason, I still don't remember how it's properly spelled. And in my case, it's not. Okay, Moon Coffee. And let's see whether this is going to work. So we're going to be looking for the coffee. And what do we have? What do we have? I don't know. I'm going to go with this cup. And you know what? No, I want something that's not going to be cup because then this is basically going to work with our product. So let's say coffee bag. Maybe this is going to be better. And let's use this one. So let's save image. I'm going to save image in my desktop. Coffee bag. This should work. And then I'm going to head over to the Contentful. And let's see here. Obviously, I'm misspelling it as well. And now this should be correct. This should be our coffee. And let's look for that image. So I'm going to select the image. I can open it up, not in the URL. I'm going to select it from my thing, from my computer. and I have coffee bag. Okay, so far so good. It has been successfully downloaded. We can publish it. We can actually return to my product, and this is going to be my product. Now, once I'm going to save it, then obviously I should have one more product, which would be Bali Blue Moon Coffee. Now, again, like I said before, I have multiple items here already. Stop the video, please stop the video and add whatever entries. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to stop my server. So I'm going to head over back to my server. I would like to stop it first. Then I'm going to clear the console. And then we're going to start up the server again. Just to show you that the filtering is going to work, as well as we're obviously going to be able to tell whether anything went with our query since we added more items. Okay, let's test it out. First of all, let's make sure that everything is saved. I haven't forgotten to click on a save button or anything like that. Everything seems fine. Then, like I said, we would need to do Gatsby develop to start up the server. And awesome, everything is working great. We just need to refresh it here. And you know what? Let me close the console. We're not going to need it for now. And let's head over again to the bigger browser window. It's going to be easier for it to see. And as I'm scrolling down, let's check it out. Do I have my extra smoothie? I think I do. So if I'm going to click on it, notice I'm going to be getting one smoothie. However, if I would like to see them all, I can see them all. So we know that everything is working, and now we can start working with our products. Maybe before we start typing away, let's repeat the same steps that we did before, where we first went to the graphical and made sure that our query is working fine. So again, let me select everything. I would like to delete it. I'm going to set up the new query. I'm going to call this query products, and I'm going to say that I'm going to be looking for, again, all contentful. However, again, we are missing something. Notice I have the coffee item, but do I have the product? That's what I'm interested in. If you don't have it, again, remember that you can always refresh just to make sure that you're getting the proper query. Otherwise, if you're not going to have the proper query, then obviously you're not going to be able to access your data. Okay, so we have all contentful, but it tells us that we need more subfields. Now, what subfields do we have? I believe we have the edges, since again, this is going to be an array. Then within the edges, we have the node, and same old deal. So again, we're going to have the ID, and I'm not going to be looking for suggestions. I'm just letting you know that this is obviously going to be our fields that we created in Contentful. Now, just to let you know, if you would like to check it here, you have these options. And if we're scrolling down, we can notice that we're going to have the all contentful product. Then if we would like to sort it somehow or filter it, we obviously have these arguments here. But if I'm just going to be looking for general data, notice I have obviously edges. Then within the edges, I'm going to get the node, and these are going to be my fields. So if you don't like the shift plus spacebar suggestion, you can head over here, and this is also going to give us a lot of great information. Now we have the title. Then we also would like to look for the price, and last but not least, we also have the image, right? So we have the image, and the image is again going to be fluid, or in this case, let's add some max height. So let's say max height is going to be 426 pixels, just for our knowledge. And here I would like to have two things. Not only I'm going to have the fluid image with the fragment, I would also like to have the source. Now you'll see in a second, or maybe not in a second, you'll see once we start working with the Snipcart where we're using the source. But for now, let's just get the source as well as have our fragment. Now we cannot pass the fragment obviously here. We just need to remember that whenever we would like to look for it, we would need to look for it in the Gatsby image component, or I'm sorry, not component, plugin. But in this case, remember, we're using the fluid one, not the fixed one. So let's not mix it up. I'm just going to copy and paste this to my clipboard. But I think we're done right now, at least with our query. So let's just double check it. Let's run it. And I think I'm getting my products. So I think everything is working fine. And we can head over back to our project and start displaying this data. Since we have successfully created our query, I think from now on, this is just going to be a smooth sailing. Now we're going to create again this component for the product. I'm going to do this again in the home directory, and we're going to have two new files instead of one. So what I would like to try to do with the product is to kind of have the list where the list is going to be rendered, and then each and every single product is going to be in a separate component, which is something we could have done already with the menu, but there we were just trying out to render everything in one component. Now, in this case, we're just going to split them up into. Again, it's really up to you. You can render everything in one, or we can try out the two component way. Now, let's say that first we're going to have a new file, and the naming here is going to be kind of important. So we would like to have a products.js, and then we also would like to do a product. So plural and singular. So one is going to be product, and let's just call this one not call this one. Let's have it as a function-based component. And you know what? Here, let's write hello from product. Hello from product. However, right away, I would like to import this in the products. So I'd like to use it. However, in this case, again, we can do this as a function-based component because for this guy, we were going to set up again the static query. And when I say again, my apologies. Before that, we were using the page query in the home page. So we were going to try something else. Instead of working with the page query, where we're getting information from the index page, in this case, since we're not doing any filtering, so I don't need it in the state, I can just have it as a function-based component, and we're going to test it out the static query instead. Now here, like I said, though, I would like to import the product. So I'm going to say import product from, and obviously this is in the same folder. So I just need to look for the product, and now I would like to render it. So here I'm not going to say hello from products. I'm just going to render my, not this one. I need product. This should be the correct one. Now, once I have my products set up, the component, we will render it in the index. So again, we can do the same thing. We'll copy and paste it, and let's change it here in two places. The value from the menu, and let's say we're looking for the products, and let's also probably render it right away. Now, again, we're not going to be getting any kind of data or anything like that, so we don't have to pass the props. We just need to say that we would like to see the products here, and let's self-close it, and let's see whether everything works correctly. And yeah, I have the hello from product. So all this is good. Now, we are having two components. We don't need any more index.js. And now we need to do most of our work. Or you know what? It's kind of unfair. We're going to have a Snipcart as well in the product. So it's kind of hard to decide where we're going to have most of our work. But this is where we're going to be setting up the GraphQL static query. So maybe this one is going to be a little bit harder. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Now, I also would like to have the title, since this will going to be a section. So we're going to say import, and we're going to be importing the title. Now for the title, we're going to be looking obviously from the globals. So dot globals, and then we have the title available. So far so good. And like I already have said, probably 30,000 times, we're going to use a static query instead. Now for the static query in the Gatsby, we need to import it. And the naming here is kind of important. Otherwise, this is not going to work. As well as we're going to have this GraphQL tag function. Now, again, let me look for this properly because this gives me this snippets and this is not what I would want. And this is going to be imported from Gatsby. So these are the two things that we're going to get from Gatsby. Static query and GraphQL. Now, the way the static query is going to work is going to be a little bit different because we're going to set it up right away as the return. Meaning, we're not going to be doing the same thing like we did with the page query where we're getting the data and then we accessed it in the component. So what's going to happen is in the actual return, we will going to be returning query. Now, again, it's going to be probably a little bit easier for me to show you how this works. So first, let's get rid of div. Then we have the option of getting this component, the static query component. So what I'm going to say here, I'm going to say static query component. And this component comes with two props. So the first one is going to be query, where we're going to write the query. And then the second one is going to be render. Now, within the render, this is where we are returning the data. And this pretty much works with the render props. So here, if you remember how we worked with context API, and the way this is going to work, we're going to be returning the function. And within the function, we're going to have access to this data argument. Now, remember, within the data, what we're getting back is this object. So again, instead of just getting some kind of prop, we're getting here the function. And now the return is going to happen from the function. So in my case, what we're going to do is we're going to say that, okay, so we are getting the data. All this is correct. However, within the data, there will going to be our JSX return. And for now, let's just say that we're going to be returning, I don't know, heading 1 or something like this. And let's just say hello world. Hello world. Again, something really basic, but we need to remember that we need to close out the static query. Otherwise, there's going to be an errors. Now, again, we have used it already this before in a context API. Whenever we worked with context API, it worked the same way. Again, we're getting the function, and then within the function, we're going to have access to this data object. Now, what's really cool about static query that we can get information to any kind of component without using, again, the page query. So we don't have to go to the page, then get the information with page query. We can specifically get to whatever component we would like the information with the static query. Again, it has some limitations. You can pass the variables and there's other things, but in general, it's really nice because it does get you the information. So whatever component we would like, we can just run the static query and get all the information we would need with our GraphQL query. Now, right now, I don't have my query. And how do we set up the query? Well, we can do it this way. We can say GraphQL. Then we would need to run, again, 2 template strings or template literals. And then here we're passing our query. So what was the query? Well, let's test it out. Let's just grab everything right now. So we're not avoiding any kind of tags or any kind of curly braces. We're selecting everything. And we're just copying, pasting here. So this would be my query. And then remember, we're getting back this data.product. So everything, basically what we see in a graphical. This is going to be returned to us. Now let me save this. And if everything is correct, if there's no errors or nothing like that, we have our hello world. Now, if we want to be really vigilant about everything, maybe let's just check the console. Maybe there's going to be some kind of error, but there is no error. So everything is fine. Now, before I forget, let's add maybe remember the fragment we needed. Again, I said that I'm going to copy and paste it into my clipboard, but obviously I didn't do it. So let me do this right now. So this is going to be my fluid trace SVG. And yeah, this should be very good. However, we also have an option of, if we don't want to clog up everything here, we can just pass the query as a variable. So instead of passing it here within the GraphQL, we're going to say like this. We're going to say that there's going to be a new variable. I'm going to call this get products. This is going to be equal to everything that we have right now within this tag function. So let me select this. Let me remove it. And let's just set it equal to our get product. And this is not going to work because I didn't copy and paste it properly. So let's go ahead back again. Let's say that I would like to, first of all, cut it out. And for some reason, I'm struggling to select this. So let me select this. And you know what? Again, I made a mistake, but I'm just going to fix it here. So what I would need right now is just add this template string, since obviously I didn't copy this. Now, what we would like to do is just get this product, because this is obviously the variable that's going to be creating the query. So I'm going to say get products. And now, again, this should work and everything should be rendered correctly. And this, again, helps us if we like to see more of what we're doing here. If we don't want to mess it up, our view, because in this case, it's obviously a little bit more cleaner than what we did before. Okay, we have the query. Now what? Now what are we doing? Well, we have the data object, and we are returning right now from the function some kind of JSX. Well, let's make this JSX a little bit more complex than just a simple heading 1. So I'm going to say section. Now, again, I would need to start it as a actual section HTML element. I'm going to say that there's going to be a class name. Now, within the class name, let's pass padding top bottom is going to be 5. Now, what is going to be within this section? Well, first of all, let's add again a div with class container, which we will need for our Bootstrap. Then within the container, let's use our title. Remember, we had the title component and it had the attribute, and not this, but title attribute. Title attribute was equal to whatever we pass as a value. So in our case, our products, this is going to be our value. And then we're going to self close it. And now we have a row. So let's create a div with the row. Now, what is going to be in the row? Well, now I would like to again loop through the edges. Remember, in graphical, we had data, products, and edges. And I would like to loop through the edges. And as I'm looping through the edges, I'm going to get every single product and pass it down to my product component. Again, something we could have done technically in the last section. There's nothing wrong with that. In most cases, probably it's even a better way. But I just decided in the last section not to do that. And we are doing it in this section. So no difference. Okay, so let's get the data. So let's say data, products. So we're accessing the data. Then there's going to be edges array. And then we're going to use the map method. Now, what I can do right now, again, I would like to get the node out because I don't want to write item.node, then whatever item. So first I would like to get the item out. Now, the way I'm going to do that, I'm actually going to set it up as alias. So we're going to write here node, and then we have the colon, and we're going to call this product. So what's happening is I'm still going to be getting my node, but I'm going to name this product. So we're going to destructure it. However, to properly destructure it, we also need to add the curly braces. So my apologies. Now this is correct. Now, again, same thing. We're using the map method and we're returning something. Now, in this case, I'm going to return the product component with a key value. And remember, key had to be unique. So in our case, I can access the product ID. And again, we're doing the same thing. We're accessing the node and then we're accessing the ID. Nothing really unusual or something we haven't done before. And then here I'm going to pass the product prop that we still haven't created on the product component, but I'm going to pass the whole node here. So since I named my node a product, I'm just going to pass this whole node into my product component. So again, let's access it. And let's say that this is going to be equal to product. Now I also would like to self-close it right away. And then the general idea would be like this. For whatever items I have in my array, I should be having this hello from product. So if everything is correct, I should have like 6 or 7 hello from product. Now, again, let me close maybe the console. I don't need this right now. And sure enough, I have hello from product, and you get the idea. Okay, so we're good to go to product and actually display this items or display this information properly. So first and foremost, we're gonna add the image, or I'm sorry, we're gonna import the image. And the image is gonna be from Gatsby image. Again, we would need to do a proper import. So let's say Gatsby image. So this would be a proper import. And now I'd like to render it. So how we're going to render it? Well, first of all, I know that I'm going to be getting this as a product. So that's going to be my object. And within the return, this is where we're going to start working with this product. So first and foremost, we're going to get rid of this simple div. And we're going to say that this is going to be a little bit more complicated. So first of all, let's say that there's going to be some kind of div with few class names. You know what? Maybe let's first create this div and then we're going to add these class names. Now for the class names, it's going to be kind of simple, but at the same time, this is Bootstrap syntax. So starting from the extra small screen again, the div is going to be 10 columns wide. Then once we get to the small screen, this would be 8 columns wide. Then once the medium screen comes over, then this is going to be 6 columns wide. And you know what? For large screen, maybe let's do 4 columns wide. So 3 item layout. Also, this is always going to be in the center, as well as margin top bottom is going to be 3 for each and every item. Now, within this div, we're going to have our card. So we're going to use the Bootstrap syntax for the card. And again, this would be very simple, just a div with a class of card. However, since there's going to be multiple texts here, meaning sometimes there's going to be, let's say, 2 lines of text, sometimes 1 line of text. We can add right away a little bit of styling. And this is going to be the only inline style that we're going to do. And remember, in React, we could just use the style attribute or style prop and just pass it over here, whatever styles we would want. So in my case, I'm going to say that the min height for this guy is going to be 100%. So that's going to be the styles that I'm adding. So remember that this is JavaScript. So even though we are passing CSS, this needs to be written as JavaScript. So don't forget to add these quotation marks. Otherwise, you're going to have the errors. Okay. So far, so good. We have our class. Now what's next? Within the class, we're first going to have the image. The image is going to have a fluid property. Remember, we needed this prompt for the image to work, and either it was fixed or fluid. And now we're going to start accessing the information. Now, the information is going to be in the product, since this is the node right now, then in the image, and then in the fluid. Again, we're just passing down the information we're getting from GraphQL. And let's add the class name that's going to be important with Bootstrap. So card image, and we're looking for a hyphen image top. Now, again, this is typical Bootstrap class, just to place it on top. So let's test it out before we do anything else. And I think I'm getting whatever cards, and all the cards are getting these images. So far, so good. Now let's work with card body. And right after the image, let's say div. Again, we would want some class names. So card body from the Bootstrap. Text is going to be in the center. And within the div, we'll want 2 things. Heading 6 with product title. So let's write product title. That's going to be our first one. And the second one is going to be price. Now, again, like I said, since this is not the first time we're doing this, I'm skipping basically that we're just getting these values from the node. And node right now is called product. So that's how we can access these fields. So that's all there is to it. Title. Then next one is price. So this should be good. And last but not least, we have the button. Now, with the button, we're going to add way more things later on once we start working with the Snipcart. For now, we're just going to add some classes and just some text. Again, for now, nothing is going to be functional, but later on, once we add the Snipcart, then the things are going to start rolling. So let's add these class names. The class name is going to be BTN. So from Bootstrap, then since we would want this button to be yellow, we're going to add our own class that we styled ourselves. Then margin top is going to be 3. Text capitalize, just for text to be capitalized. And yeah, that's going to be our last class. And let's write some kind of text that's going to be in the button. So let's say add to cart. And once I save it, I should have my product. Now, probably one more thing that I'm missing is my $sign. For some reason, I keep forgetting it. And let me save it. Let's see. Let me double check maybe with the final project, because sometimes whenever I'm doing something, I keep forgetting it. And yeah, I think I should have the name, price, and the button. And let's see with our project. And let me just refresh just in case. And I think everything should be fine. And we have successfully added our products. Awesome. I'm fully aware that you are itching to start working on a Snipcart. So basically how we can add items to the cart and how we can do the whole setup. But I would first like to finish off with a contact section, because that way we can just concentrate all our energy onto Snipcart. Now, how do we start working with the content section? Well, as always, we're going to head over back to the home. Then we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this contact.js. This is where we're going to be rendering everything. This will be a functional based component. Then also I would like to render it obviously in my homepage. So let's say first that there's going to be some kind of hello world. Hello from contact. I think that's going to be okay. And I would like to head over to index.js and do my last import in my index.js. So here, let's change this around. Let's say it's not going to be products, it is going to be contact, since that is the name of the section that I had. And right after the products, I'm going to copy and paste it and say that I would like to render contact. Now within the contact, we're going to have the form that's going to be hooked up to the forms pre-service. So that allows us to basically submit the forms. So even though this is going to be static site, eventually, whenever somebody wants to leave you some kind of comment or some kind of information, they can do that with the form because the form is going to be sent to your email. Now we're going to hook it up to forms in the next video. First, I would like to actually create the form and then within the contact. So maybe let's do our import first, and we're going to be looking again for the title. Since for every section we're going to have the title. Title is going to be from the globals, so dot globals, and then we have the title. Okay, so far so good. We have our title. Then we're pretty much done with the imports. I don't think we're going to need anything else. And let's start creating the proper section. Again, we're going to do this with a section tags. And then within a section, we're going to start by adding some class names. Now the class names are going to be contact as well as padding top bottom 5. And you know what? Before I forget, let me add some kind of heading so it doesn't collapse on me. Again, hello world. But I would like to head over to layout CSS. And remember, we had the which one of them what had that background? Was it the menu? Yeah, I think it had the menu. So let's add here our class for the contact. So let's say comma contact. Let's save this, and now our contact section also should have that background because that's the whole point of. Okay, we can close the index. We can close the layout CSS. I think we're pretty much done with CSS unless there's something major that I'm not noticing. And then instead of hello world, we're going to continue with our contact section. So here, let's say title. Title again is going to have title prop. Title prop is going to get the value of contact us. And I would like to close the title. And then let's start by creating a row. Within the row, we're going to create the column. Now, in this case, in the column, this is where our form is going to be. Again, column is going to be, or the div is going to be 10 columns wide on extra small screen, 8 columns wide on the small screen. And on the medium screen, let's make it 6 columns wide. Let's always place it in the center. So MX auto, and then we're going to have our form. Now within the form, you see that we are getting this action attribute. Now, for now, we're not interested in it. We're not going to do anything with it. But the moment we're going to hook it up with a forms tree, this is where we're going to add the action as well as the post. I'm sorry, the method, which is going to be post. And now let's start creating our fields in the form. Now, the first one is going to be name. So I'm going to create some comments because there's few of them, and then we're going to have quite a few attributes there. So it can just get messy. So I'm going to add here this comment. First, for the Bootstrap, we need to use form group. That would be the class that styles nicely everything that we have. And within the form group, let's place, first of all, label. And remember that for the label, we need this HTML4, not just simple for. And let's write that this would be for the name. The name also is obviously going to be name for the label. And then let's place our input. But for the input, like I said, there's going to be quite a few attributes that we're going to need. So first, we're going to have type text. Let's also add class name form control. Again, this would be for the styling from the Bootstrap, as well as, let's say, the name is going to be equal to the name. Now, obviously, in this case, since we're not getting anything from the form yet, we could technically avoid this name. But later on from the form spree, this obviously is going to be the field that we're going to be getting back from the form spree. As well as let's add the ID. Let's say the name is going to be ID. And last but not least, let's add some kind of placeholder. And let's say example John Smith. So that would be our example name. Okay, so we have our name. So this would be our input. And now we can just maybe save this. And this would be our div. So name and John Smith. And like I said, I would like to copy and paste this. Let's say for sure one more time, because I'm going to be looking for the email. So once I save it, let's rewrite this. And for some reason, I can't move it. Let's say email. And all of these values are going to be pretty much email. So let's select where we would like to change this. So first one here, second one here. Name is also going to be different. The ID is also going to be different. And let's write email. So that those 4 values would be email. And let's write for the placeholder email at email.com. If you want to be really structurally correct, maybe let's write email here with capital letter. Maybe that's going to work out better. And last but not least, I would like to look for description. However, description is going to be text area. So you can copy and paste it. You can write it from scratch. I'm going to write it from the scratch. Description. Within description, again, we would want the form group. So div. Let's write a few class names. Let's say class name. Or you know what? Let's just go with one. Form. Not from. Form. Form group. Within the form group, let's add again label. Label is going to be description, as well as the name is going to be description. Description. And after the label, let's have our text area. Text area right away, it gives us plenty of options. Now we're going to choose description name. Description name. Then the also ID is going to be description. As well as, you know what, we're going to get rid of all the columns. Instead, we're going to have the class name. Class name is going to be equal to form control. And again, this is just for the styling from the Bootstrap control. Hopefully I wrote it correctly. And for the rows, let's add 5 instead. And last but not least, let's add some placeholder. And let's say for placeholder, your description goes here or here, whatever, something like this. Now let me save this. And last, we should have the submit button. So right after the last form group that we had, you can write that we're going to be looking for submit. So let's write submit. And again, we know that we have a few options. We can write it as an input, or we can have the button. I'm just going to go with the button. I'm going to say button. The button type is going to be submit. And I would just like to add some class names. Now we already have the yellow button, so that's going to be for sure one of them that I would like to add, because I would just want to skip the styling. So BTN yellow is going to be my option. Then also let's have it as a BTN block. What that will do is just the button is going to be spread out all across to whatever columns we have. And last but not least, let's add capitalize for capitalized text, and margin top is going to be 5. And let's write within the button that this would be submit button. Now this is how it's going to look like on a small screen, but if we're going to head over to the big screen, we should also see the same thing. And yeah, sure enough, we have our contact form, and now we just need to hook it up to the form spree. Having our form is great, but at the moment it doesn't do anything. So we can write here John Smith at again email. Let's say email at email.com. And let's try to get some kind of, I don't know, information or pass information. And let's just say hello there. And nothing is obviously going to happen because we would need to hook this form to some kind of backend. That's all that's happening. Right now we're just passing these values here at the very top in the URL. Now, wouldn't it be nicer if we would just be able to submit the form without doing any kind of backend work? Well, form spree allow us to do that. So the only thing we would need to do is just include the action attribute as well as the method attribute in our form. Now, obviously here we would need to write our email. So basically where we would like to get this information to. So if we would like to submit form onto our email, we would just need to pass our own email. We wouldn't even need to sign up for anything. Now, obviously they have plans where you have to pay for it, but you can always test it for free. So first let's test it out, and then let's look at what more complicated options they offer. So first and foremost, let me just grab these two attributes. I'm going to copy and paste them. I'm going to head over back to our form, and I'm going to find where is my form element, and I'm going to pass them here. Now, since I would like to submit this to my email, I'm going to type my email. Now, obviously in your case, unless you want me to receive your forms, you should probably type your email. So let's write learn code, but obviously you need to write your email tutorial. This is the email that I basically just created just so I can submit these forms. So learn code tutorial. Hopefully this is going to be correct. Now we can save it. And the neat thing about it is that we can actually test it even in our dev server. it's still going to work. So let me refresh. Let me head over to my form. Let's write again. John Smith is going to be sending me something. Then again, we're going to be having some kind of email. So we can say ddd email.com. As long as we have this hat here, we should be fine. And let's say hello there. Form spree is very cool. Something like this. Let's write this. Let's put some exclamation marks and let's click on submit. Now, the moment we're going to click on submit, the first time you're going to need to activate your form. Now, in this case, I can head over back to my email and we can just patiently wait for this email to come through. Now, eventually it should come through. Let me just maybe make sure that this is actually the correct one. So I have learn code tutorial at email.com. And obviously this is not correct. Should be at gmail.com. So let me save this. And again, let's test it one more time. This is obviously not going to work. So let's refresh and then let's see what happens. Again, let's do the same thing. John Smith, my apologies. Should have fixed it the first time. Email.com. And then let's say, hello there. Bam, 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 bam. Submitting. Again, it's going to do the same thing. The first time it says, well, it needs the activation. Now, in our case, we're going to receive it. And notice this would be from the form spree team. And then the only thing we need to do is just activate. So once I'm going to click on activating the form, now it says the form is active. And again, we can go back to 8,000. And now we should be getting our second one. So this is going to be my submission. And as you can see, I have the name here. I have the email as well as my description. So the more fields I would add here with the name attribute, obviously, like I said, we would be collecting those values and they would be sent for us. Now, if you want to customize it a little bit more, so if you're thinking, well, the basic one doesn't really help me, you can go ahead and look at their help and check it out over here. We're going to pretty much have our form set up. So whatever fields you would like, let's say if we would like to work with some kind of thank you message, again, we would need to add it. Then if we would like to have the email reply address as well, we would just need to add this field with this kind of value and then whatever email. So this is basically gonna send the reply back. And yeah, like I said, you can always use the free version, at least for now. And then if you really like the service, you can always upgrade and start paying for this service. Alrighty, the only thing our excellent project is missing is the e-commerce option, where users can add products to the cart, see the cart totals, and proceed to the checkout. So essentially, this is going to look like this. So for now, we're just going to have the empty cart. However, if I click on my cart icon, I'm will going to have my modal, meaning I will going to see that if we're going to add any more items, then they're going to be displayed in the cart. Okay, so far so good. We can always also close the cart. And as we're going to scroll down to our products, which are going to be located in our product section, we can obviously pick any of the products that we have right now. So let's say I would like to add this guy, and this is in my cart right now. So at the moment, my cart is not anymore empty, and we can increase the amount of items that we have. We can decrease the items. We can obviously delete the item if we would like, as well as we can add more items. So let me close the cart. Again, we're going to scroll to a section of the products, and let's say we're going to add this guy. So sure enough, now I have two of them. So let's add more volume for this one as well as for this guy. And eventually, if I would change my mind and I wouldn't want to buy this item, so I can just get rid of the item. And then obviously now I can start with signing up and paying and all that good stuff. Well, we can obviously build it ourselves, at least the very basic option. It would take time and could be a separate course by itself. So instead, we'll use awesome service called Snipcart. And Snipcart is a comprehensive e-commerce platform that has been designed to be easy to incorporate e-commerce into any custom website. In a nutshell, we can set up at least basic e-commerce options in the matter of minutes, since Snipcart takes care of cart, modals, totals, and everything else. Some, but not all, Snipcart features are mobile-friendly checkout, connecting to payment gateways, discount logic, and shipping options. For production, you'll need to start using their paid options, but just for testing, it would again be an easy sign up with just an email address, and you'll not be charged any money. Hopefully you were able to sign up for Snipcart and you didn't have any issues. And the moment you do, you're going to be met by this welcoming screen. Now, here's the thing. There's a lot of information. So before we start exploring their documentation, what I would like to do first is just install the plugin that we're going to need in order to connect our Gatsby application to the Snipcart. Now we're going to head over to Gatsby docs, and within the Gatsby docs, we're going to be again looking for the plugins. And the plugin that we are looking for is Gatsby plugin Snipcart. Quite self-explanatory. Okay, now what we would need to install. Well, first of all, let's head over back to our project. Now, first of all, let me stop the server. I'm going to clear the console and let's write Gatsby. And you know what? No, not Gatsby develop. I'm sorry. npm install. So we would need to install this package. And also we can add right away maybe dash save flag. And let's write Gatsby and Gatsby. Let me make sure that I'm writing this correctly. Plugin. And the name is going to be Snipcart. So this should work. So now this is going to start installing our dependency. However, what we would need to add in the Gatsby config? Well, we would first of all need to grab these, whatever, 3, 4, 5 lines that we have in the plugin documentation. And now we're going to head over back to our config. And before we start running the server, let me just copy and paste it. So let's say after the Contentful, we can right away copy and paste this Gatsby plugin Snipcart. Now here again, it's going to be asking for the Snipcart key, which we don't have it yet. And we're going to get it in a second, literally. However, what I would like to also add right away is a property for autopop. Now, what this property is going to do that basically every time we're going to add something into the cart using our add cart button, the cart is going to pop up. Again, nothing really special. Now, where do we get the Snipcart key? And again, we're going to look at documentation in more detail later on. But just to get up and running, once we're going to be in our dashboard page, here, if we click on this icon, and if we're going to scroll down, we notice that we have API keys. Now, what we're going to get in the beginning with our free account is just going to be test API key. So this is what we would need. However, let's remember that we would like to use the environment variables. So what we would like to do is head over to our environment variables folder, where it is. I'm sorry, file, I guess, not folder. And let's write that there's going to be some kind of environment variable. And let's call this Snipcart. And let's say API. And again, you can name this whatever you would like, as long as you remember what would be the name. So first of all, let me save this. I know that I'm going to have it as a Snipcart API. And now let's head over to API key. So let's say that instead of this string, we're going to write process, and we're going to be looking for .env, and then we have Snipcart, and we have underscore API. So this should be a correct key. However, remember that we still need to also deal with what? Well, we have Netlify, right? So every time we're going to be using Netlify, Netlify is also going to need this key. So while we're at it, let's head over to our site settings. Again, we're going to find where our variables are, and they should be under build and deploy. And somewhere here, we're going to say edit variables. And now we would need to add a new one since we just added it. Again, let me just copy and paste so I don't make any kind of mistakes. Snipcart API, just pass it over here, as well as let's grab the value. So let's say that this is going to be our testing value. We're going to copy and paste, and this should be added right here. Otherwise, Netlify is not going to know what environment variable are you talking about. And basically, it's not going to be able to successfully build your application. Now, once we have all these changes, let's just write Gatsby develop, and hopefully everything is going to be correct. And sure enough, there is an issue. Now, the issue points back to config file. So let's head over there and let's see what's up. Now, as I'm going to scroll up, and as I'm looking, there's probably a missing colon or something. So yeah, sure enough, right after the Gatsby plugin Snipcart, I needed to add a comma. Sorry, not colon, comma. And now let's test it out again. Let's write Gatsby develop, and hopefully this is going to work this time. So there's not going to be an errors, and everything seems to be working fine. We have successfully got the Contentful, so that is all good. And yeah, sure enough, our Gatsby development server is up and running. So we can start working with the Snipcart. Like I said before, there's a lot, and I mean a lot of information to process in Snipcart. Just think about it. It's a full-blown e-commerce service. So let's start slowly and understand the basics. First and foremost, this is going to be our dashboard, and we already know how to find our testing API key. Right in front of us, we have sales data, which at the moment obviously is empty since we just set up the account. One thing I would like to mention that even though we see on the top the toggle button for live and testing environments, this button over here, according to their documentation, this only affects of what data we see on our dashboard, meaning we have two separate environments, one for testing and one for production. And in order to start working with production, you would have to sign up with an actual credit card. So feel free to use testing environment as it will not affect your future production environment. If you would like to, of course, use one. Okay. Now, where do we get all the info? Well, of course, in the docs. And how do we get to the docs? We would need to click on the book icon right next to the user icon. So this was our user icon. This is where we will be able to find our API key. And right next to it, we have the docs. Now in the docs, this is where you're going to get all your information. Now, again, we have getting started, we have configuration, and I can go on and on and on. Again, this is really depends of what you're looking for, what kind of customization. So if we start very simply with getting started, we have first of all the installation. Well, we already covered installation. So this is all done. The next would be the cart. Now with the cart, we basically can see our first thing, which would be the checkout. Now what that would mean in our case. Well, first of all, let me head over back and let's see what I would like to have in my project right now is once I click on a cart, at least I'm going to be able to see the cart. Now, obviously, this is my finished project, but what I'm talking about is the one that we're working right now. So the one we have on a local host. Because at the moment, if I'm going to click on a cart, obviously nothing is going to happen. So how do we set it up? Again, let's head over back to the docs and we see that it's very simply just adding this class of Snipcart checkout. So let me copy this and we're going to head over back to our project. Now let me close the environment development. Let me close the Gatsby config. And we know that our icon is going to be navbar. Now navbar is going to be in the globals. And within navbar, let's just find where is our icon. So I'm going to scroll, and sure enough, this is going to be my card icon. So right next to the card icon, I'm going to copy and paste this class. And hopefully I don't need to restart the server. And hopefully this is going to work. Now here's my desktop, and this is not what I wanted. So let's find where is my local host. Maybe let's refresh just for security, meaning security, just to make sure that maybe I didn't get it all done without the refreshing the page. And let's click on it. And what do I see? Well, we see the card. So this was a really good start. So now we can keep on moving. And let's see what else we're going to have. So I'm going to skip the summaries and all this. We don't need it for now. We just need a card. And what we're looking for is the actual card. And then we have the configuration. Now for the configuration, we have the product definition. So this is where we're going to be setting up basically our button with the product. And like I said, this is literally like a basic setup 5-minute thing, or even less than 5 minutes. It's obviously because of my yapping. This is why it takes 5 minutes. But in general, it would take you like 30 seconds or something like this. So for the button that we're going to add items to the cart, which again, in our case, let's head over to the products. And let's see that if we're going to be clicking the button, nothing is obviously happening because we haven't hooked it up yet. So what we would be interested in getting, again, the class of Snipcart add item, and then the rest of these attributes or props. Again, you can call them however you would like. And here we're going to be adding our own information because remember, we're going to be accessing the information from our product. So let's start very simply again by getting this Snipcart add item. Again, this is important to head over. Where is our button? Now, at the moment, I can close the navbar. We're not going to need this anymore. And now we would need to find where was it? Well, I believe it was in a product, correct? Because within the product, we had the button adding to the cart. And you know what? Let's make this a little bit simple. I'm going to close the terminal so it's not in our way. And right after all the buttons and button yellows, first I'm going to pass the Snipcart add item. So I'm going to have this class. Now, next, I'm going to need to add, again, all these attributes. So for now, we can just grab them and make sure that you just copy and paste them so you're not skipping on them. And then one by one, we're basically gonna go through of what we're doing. So let's say right after the class, we're gonna add all these attributes. And first, we're gonna start the ID. Now, where are we getting our ID? Now, remember again, this was the GraphQL, and we had the product. Now, for the product, all our fields were basically all the items that we're looking for. For the ID, we just needed product.id. Then for the title, we needed the title. So let's get over, first of all, let's add all the items that we are looking for. And then we're just going to head over to the documentation and kind of go over them. So first, I'm going to need an ID. So I'm going to say I'm looking for product ID. Then we have the name. Well, we do have the name. We have product, and the name was title. So far, so good. Then we have the price. Do we have the price? I think we do. Again, product price, as well as now we would like to have the image. Now, in my case, this gives me weight. I don't need a weight. Do we need description? I don't think we do. Can just get rid of the description. And now we need to look off what's happening in actual documentation. Now, one thing very important is this URL, and we're going to come back to it literally again in a few seconds. So let's head over to documentation. And as we're going to start scrolling down, notice that we're going to be getting what all these attributes, these data attributes mean. So we have the ID, and then all the way on the right hand side, they were going to tell us, okay, is this required? So it better be there. Otherwise, obviously, this is not going to work. So we have the data. That's fair. Then we have the item. Okay, we have it. Price. Yes, we do. And then we're looking for a URL. Like I said, we're going to come back to URL in a second. First, I would like to figure out the image. Now, for the image, this is going to be very simply. Again, we have data, item, image, and then we would need to pass the information. Now, in our case, remember it says, or not remember, I'm sorry, it basically says that the item is going to be displayed 50 by 50. So this is going to be their default template. So first of all, let's head over back to our project. And now let's say that there's going to be a data attribute. The attribute is going to be data item, and the name was image. And now what we are passing here? For this moment, or up to this moment, every time we were working with this fluid object, because obviously we were using the component from Gatsby image, correct? Now this is where it gets interesting, because remember when we were working with the products, we also got in our query the source. And I said specifically that the moment is going to come when I'm going to pretty much explain why we got the source. So in order to use with the Snipcart, we need to use the source instead. So we're not going to use this fragment with a fluid traced SVG because we're not obviously using the component from Gatsby image. So in this case, we have product. That would be our basic start. Then we have image. Then we have the fluid object. And within the fluid object, we would like to get the source. So this is going to be our basic setup for the image. Now, URL is very important because URL is pretty much going to go back and search for this URL to make sure that the price hasn't been changed. And they go over this pretty much in kind of a detail. So in our case, what we would need to do is, I'm not going to set this up for the local environment. What I'm going to do is, and again, I'm keep heading to my desktop, which is I don't want, but I'm going to head over to the Netlify. And within the Netlify, now I would want my address here. And what they're asking in the URL is, where is the product located? Well, the product is located in homepage, right? So we have the products, and this is on a homepage. So what I would need to do is just take this URL again and copy and paste it. So I'm going to head over back to my project. And since this is just going to be my URL for my homepage, now I'm going to save this. And let's head over to actual local development server, because this is just going to be important once we try to start buying something. For now, we can still test it out in our local environment and should be fine. So let me refresh just in case. And let's see whether this works. So we know that opening the cart should work. So we have the items and everything. However, if we're going to scroll down, let's see whether we can add the items. So we can add the item. And now the Snipcart is doing all the work behind the scenes. And we are successful. Now, obviously, we're also getting the image. But I truly believe that if I remember correctly, that once you start making it smaller, notice that basically image disappears. So this is their setup where on a smaller screen, we're not going to be able to see the image. And then on a bigger one, we do. And again, we have all the features that you should be looking for in a cart. So if we're going to scroll over and let me make this maybe bigger, and let's say that we're going to be looking for this guy. So we can add it to the cart. Again, I can add more items. I can add items over here. I can get rid of the items. So let me add one more and then maybe delete it. And let's say this guy over here. And right away after I add it, I can delete it. And we're going to be getting the totals. Now I would like to do all this billing and everything and payment methods and go over this once we already have our project set up in Netlify. So first I would like to commit it to GitHub. And then since we have the continuous deployment from the Netlify, this is going to be showing up in the project. In general, this would be the basic setup that you would need for the Snipcart. Again, if you want obviously more specific details and more custom things, then you would need to head over again to that documentation, which is really good and pretty much tells you everything that you would need to know and start working on it. Now, in our case, this is going to be where we stop, at least for now, with the Snipcart. And then we're just going to return once we're going to look at, once we're doing the payments, how they would basically set up for the testing. So I'm going to head over to our document. And I know that I can see that I can commit these files. I have 6 files to commit. Now let me maybe make this smaller. And let's say that Snipcart setup is going to be my message. Then I'm just going to click it over here. I'm going to say yes, that I would like to basically commit all this. And then I also can push it up right away to the GitHub. Then while this is going to be pushing up to the GitHub, we're just going to be looking at this clock icon. And the moment if we were going to be done, then we should be able to see in the Netlify again, new building process that's going to be started. So let me click over here on our site and we see that we are starting a new building process. And the name is obviously here, the Snipcart setup that we just added. Now I'm going to stop right now. And then we're going to start with the next video where we're going to start looking of how we can basically purchase something from our application. Okay, once Netlify has finished building our site, we can start making our purchases. Now I have to tell you right away that I was testing this out and for some reason my dashboard actually froze. So it got stuck on 2 orders, but I can still see my orders. So basically we're going to be able to make a purchase and the order is going to show up over here. But unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see it on the dashboard. So again, let me show you that my last order was 1005. And then if everything is correct, the next one should be 1006. So let's test it out. So I'm going to head over to our page and let's just make some purchases. So let's say I would like to get this guy in a cart. So sure enough, let's say 3 items. Let's close this. Let's say that we would also want, I don't know, this one maybe, also maybe 3. And let's do one more. And let's say that, I don't know, this one, probably the most expensive one. And let's say 6 of them. So we have more money in our account. Okay, so I have 620.89. Good. Now I need to click on next step. And then obviously here we're going to be filling out the dummy data. So I'm going to say John Anderson, and then company name is going to be Anderson. Let's say media. Then this would be First Main Street, as well as the second address is going to be First Main Street. Then the city, let's say Chicago, and we're going to change it from Canada to US, as well as let's look for Illinois. Again, I'm filling out this. You obviously don't have to. Then let's say 60090, something like this. Phone 1234556. And for email, let's actually write the email we would maybe want to receive the data. So let's say learn code tutorial, and let's say gmail.com. Gmail.com. And then let's see what we're going to have. So we have next is a payment method. Now for the payment method, if we're going to go to documentation again, if we go to the testing part, notice for the payments, they pretty much accept these kind of cards. So whenever you have the test environment, these are the cards that they accept. And then if you would like to see what happens if you decline it, then this is the card number you need to enter. And what they're saying is that every other card number is going to be invalid. So if you're going to change your card number, something that does not fit their documentation, obviously the payment is not going to go through. Now, again, all this is dummy data for the security numbers. They just need 3 numbers, and then we can go to the next step. So let's just click it over here. And for some reason, it's giving me a hard time. Okay, now it went through. And then we just need to confirm the order. So it says the billing address, then the email, and then the payment information. So the moment I'm going to click on this, this is going to be placing my order. And now if everything is correct, it says over here, thank you for your order. And notice the order number is 106. Now I also can hear that I got right away the email. So notice what happens. So this is the billing address that we're getting where we have hi John Anderson. So obviously that's my fake name. And then basically this is my order. Now let's check it out again, the dashboard. And like I said, unfortunately, it just gave up on me. I don't know what happened. I would have to figure it out. But for my orders, if I'm going to refresh, check this out. So I have my order with John Anderson for the amount of 620. And again, there's a lot of stuff in here. We can export this. We can do all kinds of stuff. We can just find out what we have over here. And again, this is full-blown e-commerce solution. So again, if I'm going to go back to dashboard, like I said, it froze on me. I got stuck on 2 orders. So I'm going to have to figure out what's happening with this. But in general, I know that my orders are going through. So this is all good. And essentially, this is how we can set up a simple Snipcart solution with our Gatsby website. Incredible. We have our site, we have our e-commerce solution, and everything is working really well. However, before I let you go, I would like to show you one more thing, one more very cool thing that we can do with Netlify as well as with the Contentful. And that is something called Webhooks. Let me first talk about it, why we would want to use it. So let's say we have our site. Everything is working really well. But then sooner or later, we decide that, let's say we would like to add more data, or we would like to delete the data, or we would like to edit the data. I mean, you name it. We would want to do something with our data, meaning we would want to change it. So how we would do that? Well, you would say, okay, so we would go to Contentful, we would add the item, remove the item, or whatever we would like to do. And then we will need to head over again back to the document. We would need to run it, obviously, then push it up to the GitHub. And then eventually this is going to be set up with our Netlify. And you would be almost correct. The thing that we can do is we can set up a webhook. So what happens is that the moment we're going to make change in the Contentful, it's going to request a new build process in the Netlify, and Netlify is going to rebuild our site. So that way we don't have to head over back to our document or meaning our project, and we don't have to touch anything here. So what I can do is I can just leave this alone. And if I just need to make the changes in my data, again, this is important. These are the changes in the data. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be able to change the color in the Contentful for, let's say, my background. This is specifically just for the data. But what it allows me to do is I can make these changes in the data. Then I can add them, and then Netlify is going to rebuild my site. Now, okay, so you don't probably believe me. So let's test it out. Let's say that we're going to first go to Netlify, and then we're going to log in. And hopefully this is going to be the correct one. And in our site, we again go to site settings. And then again, we are looking for build and deployed. And right after the build environment variables, we have something called build hooks. So let's test it out. Let's say we would like to have a new build hook. And I'm going to call mine coffee shop, and let's call this project. Now let's save this first of all, and then we're going to get this URL. Now this is kind of important for us to get it properly. So copy and paste it properly, and make sure you remember the name. So in my case, this is going to be coffee shop project. And I'm going to leave this open just in case I would need to double check it. So I'm going to head over back to Contentful, and then we have an option of going to the settings. We're going to look for the webhooks. So again, right after the API keys, which we already know, we're going to look for the webhooks. So the moment I click on webhooks, notice that I already have one. So basically this was for my final project that I was using all the time to show you what we're going to be building. So let's create another one. So I'm going to say I would like to create a webhook. So first of all, this is where we have to copy and paste the URL. And since in my case, it's annoying that my name is kind of long, I'm just going to make sure that I don't mess it up. And we're going to set it up over here with the proper name. So we need the same name that we have, obviously, in Netlify, as well as the URL. So this is how we can create a webhook. Now let me show you how this works. So I'm going to say that I would like to go to the content. And remember, we had a few items. We had the coffee item, but as well, we had a coffee product. Now, in my case, I would like to add the coffee product, or you know what? No, I wanted the coffee item. My apologies. So basically, what I'm trying to show you is that instead of just adding just some random item, I would like to add the item with a new category. Remember, that was one of the things where we added the smoothie, and now we had the category of a smoothie available. So I would like to do the same thing where I'm actually adding the new item with a new category, because that way, for sure, we're going to know that we are getting this item in our actual project. So let me head over back to the Contentful. I'm going to say there's going to be new entry. I'm going to call this coffee item, but here I'm going to call this testing. I'm going to say this is going to be my testing item, just so I know for sure that it's going to be there. And let's get some cute picture of a kitten, for example. So let's say kitten, and let's see what's going to happen. Now, again, you can pick any. Since I have me and my wife, we have a black cat. So I'm going to get this guy, and we're going to head over back here. So this is going to be my kitten testing item price. Well, technically this would be priceless, but let's say $399. Let's say kitten is going to be my description. And for category, let's say testing or test category, something like this. So let me publish this. And notice what happens. So first of all, we're adding this item. This is going to be my testing item. Now, obviously, what's going to happen right now, I'm going to have it with all of my items. I have my testing item. But what's really cool is that if we're heading over back to the webhooks, and if I'm going to look at my coffee shop project, check this out. So if I'm going to look at the details, notice that within the log, it already tells me that something is happening behind the scenes. Now, if I'm going to go to the top one, I'm going to see the details. And if I'm just going to head over here, I notice that there's going to be a testing item. So I can see that something is being done behind the scenes. Now, if we're going to head over to the Netlify and we're going to see about the deploys, we'll see that there is a new build process started. And this one is triggered by the hook. So remember, previously we were working with our GitHub, right? So that was triggering the build. In this case, this one is being right now built with the fact that the webhook is triggering that. So again, we would just have to wait a little bit till the building process is finished, and then we're going to go back to the site. Once Netlify has finished building the site, let me again just refresh. And as we're scrolling down, what do we see? Do we see our test item? And notice that we did not touch, again, our project. We just went to the Contentful, and now once we have set up the hook, any changes that we're going to be adding to the data are going to be triggering the new build within the Netlify. So that is really, really cool. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the project, and I hope to see you on the next project.